Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Nuche and it's been a little bit, but we're now officially back and ready to continue on Canto 6. Last time, we ran into a very big reveal that I was too tired to properly gauge, which a little embarrassing. I guess note to self, don't do this on half asleep. So I'm gonna just start with the story bits here, and we'll go into the fight after. But first, oh yeah, I need to do an uptie 4 on this, don't I? I'm a very professional streamer, as you can see. I don't think this is gonna change much, but you know what? We'll just uptie, just so I can get an uptie on stream, I suppose. Identity uptied. I'm not gonna be using a different Ryoshu ID anytime soon, I can tell you that much, so I figure this will be worth it. Heathcliff has to participate, oh right. I think for this one I might want to borrow a Heathcliff actually, because as mentioned, it's been noted that the boss specifically focuses him down, so I think borrowing... Oh yeah, this person is the new one, and at full power too. Alrighty, sounds good to me. So yeah, having a meta Heathcliff should be particularly useful here, I think. There we are. What the hell do you want? Hindley, your mystery is everything. I'm tired of it. If you won't talk, I'll... What, kill me? You're gonna kill me. I suppose instructions are unnecessary. Yeah, when I first saw this guy the other night, I was so tired, I have no idea who this guy is. But, yeah, when I saw it said Heathcliff ? In there, and looking at the facial features, okay, yeah, I guess it is Heathcliff. I am you, as it's plain to see. I am you and you are me, and I've clawed my way back from hell. How could there be two of the same person? Because they're not the same person. This one's an identity. He's an identity. So he's Heathcliff from a mirror world. Those who challenge me stood in the way. For deaths, in the end, I would kill the one who killed my Kathy with my own hands. Wait, the one what do you believe? Obviously not. It's you and me. I see. So basically, what I'm getting from here is he was so upset about his failure to save her, he's just going to blames himself and to take his own life in every timeline. How much do you know about her death? I have no love for anyone in this world. There's none to spare for me either. Love but two paths, death or inferno, because I've already cast the depths of hell upon them. I watch you in your dreams going on adventures. Thus I can journey in this world to devour every one of those hours. Just to be stained as Stop talking in circles. They're saying you're the one. It's us, Heathcliff. It's us. That's what we are. How we were born to this world. Witless brigand of Agrant. Yeah, that's what ours was. Tell me, Heathcliff, what was your first thought when you first heard the news of her death? That if she was killed, I would pursue a murderer to the ends of the earth. Until every last one of them, where they are. Yes! Bloody wretch, should not be allowed to live. Don't you agree? Man, this is taking self-hatred to a whole new level. We kill them, tear their limbs from their corpses, but still wouldn't be enough. Yeah, that's the funny thing about revenge, and you still feel hollow in the end. Because it won't even compare the suffering that awaits you, and I'm at the endless, excruciating, sleepless nights await you in your future. Does not see her, cannot hear her, she weeps. You know, 1,000 words, and that suffering. Time for fighting. Now this time I got 2 W Corp members, one of which is actually uptie 4 now, and that's part of the reason. Well, it didn't specifically isn't the reason here that it took so long, but I'm excited to be working alongside the Limbus Company. Yeah, he's putting everything towards him. Favored, dominating. Let's go with an A-res here, actually. Neutral. Favored. I just have to be careful. If her skill 3 activates, this should be fine. A-res here. And like sinking 2 on the next turn. If the target has click 3 additional sinking count. Oh, right, do it this way. There we are. We have to do this in a very specific order. The A-res should make this a little easier. Only thing is, with such little gluttony energy, I won't be able to fuel Faust's Calcid ego as much. But you know what? If this works as well as I'm hoping, it should be fine. Especially since I've heard very, very good things about the new Heathcliff. I think when I added the bottle to take out me readjusting the settings because I forgot to set them out right. Oh, come on. Are you really losing all those? Come on, Ryoshu. Yeah, we got real sane man hours here. What's the strategy, Dante? Explosion Wrath. I really don't like that he's going... When hit, gains offensive up, but gains 1 defensive level down. Having him take more damage would be nice and all, don't get me wrong, but I really, really don't like that he's going to be getting all that extra attack damage, because he does genuinely hit like a damn truck. But if I let him go now, he's just going to hurt like hell. He specializes in Rupture, too. All targets will Heathcliff. Wins the encounter if Heathcliff dies. Explosive. Become weaker the corresponding. Hitting but stronger against every other. Gain special effect when hit. This unit failed to land a helping Heathcliff, lose 1 explosive emotion. What's his defensive skill? Should I just put everyone defensively? I actually have a reasonable amount of defensive skills now. Let's see if I'm really doing this stupidity actually somehow works. Let's see how this works. Alright, nobody's hitting him, so we should be safe in theory. Alright, he only has 1 stack of that, so I think he's weak to Wrath now, but oh crap, that really was bad. It's Ryoshi with a staggered, though. Immobile. Take less damage. He also does resist blunt, which I don't understand. This guy, yeah, this guy's a bat just like Heathcliff does, so he definitely deals blunt damage. Oh come on, how'd I lose that? Man, we got real sane man hours of how sane he is right now. Tremor Burst. If we could stun him, that would be quite nice, but he's really got a lot of good skills, and unfortunately, well, no, I don't think Faust being a 4-star is the thing that's relevant here. Get together, everyone. Yeah, he took a huge beating there. Struggling, favored. Neutral, hopeless. Favored, dominating, favored. Everyone else is struggling, so I'm gonna have to take advantage of that where I can. This is bad. I got a few resonances, which should help at least, but it's only gonna go so far. It's alright, I came in here expecting to have to take this battle a few times if I need to. I got more than enough stamina for it, so... Okay, good. Go, Dawn. Damn it. Ryoshi's really having awful luck with her rolls, and that's not helping, given how squishy she is. Is she dead? No, she's not dead. Thankfully, he will ignore her, because he straight up doesn't care about anyone that's not Heathcliff. That's his base one, right? No, that's not. So it's going to corrode, which is a problem. A very large problem. I don't have nearly enough gluttony energy for this. The fact these are all neutral at best is concerning. This is extremely risky, but I think we might need it. Not much I can do about this, I suppose. Hopeless. This is not ideal. I don't have enough materials. I used to be swimming in gluttony energy, but I just can't get any for some reason. Oh yeah, it's because I've been rearranging my team a lot. Like, Ryoshu herself has no gluttony energy whatsoever. Can I help with that? Dawn does. Maybe I should have upped my forward her, but Ryoshu is significantly stronger. That's some good damage, actually. Yeah, wow. And unfortunately, yeah, you need... With that sanity, he's almost always going to win. I think I should just restart this fight. Yeah, there's no way I can win this at this point. I think Ryoshu losing every single class she was in at the start didn't help.
정리요원들로 해결될 일이 아니잖아. 알차든 협회든 당장 연락하라 그래. 이러다가 여기 있는 사람 전부.
I still think borrowing W Corp Heathcliff is the goal though. Alright, skip this. Dang, remember, we're not even near the lower here. In fact, I'd genuinely be surprised if I am able to beat the chapter tonight. So, that gives you an idea. Favored. Offset that so that his guard is gone. He doesn't have any skills right now, so we should be able to be free to go all out. And this does in fact give me a good amount of gluttony energy, so I can start charging. And I did, by the way, finally notice the egos do in fact generate a sin energy of their matching color, so they technically have one less net negative to use them than I would really have thought. It's not a huge deal, but it can be relevant. Yeah. Explosive Wrath. Wrath affinity resistance, others. Let's remove this offset, this here. Favored. That's an A-res, perfect. I don't think I can do anything about... Oh, someone's not attacking this one. Unopposed, yeah. Dominating. Alright, yeah, this should be easy enough. Oh, come on, Dawn, how'd you lose that? Dawn has not had much luck lately. If I have to redo this until I get some good early... Yeah, maybe I should redo this until I get a good early RNG. Yeah, his sanity keeps going up, and that's a bit of a problem. So I'm missing Pride energy and Sloth energy. Pride I'm guaranteed from here. Not much better there, eh? No, I need to avoid getting power from that. So I'm gonna have to be painful on this slide. Sloth is needed here. Pride there is needed, but a couple Lust might also work. Hopeless. None of these look good. Oh crap, he's winning every single slash. Yeah, we already lost Ryoshu. Oh no, she's not dead, but she's damn near close to it. Look at that HP bar.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
Yeah, this is no good. I can't do that.
죄송합니다. 응대에 문제가 생긴 것 같습니다. 다음번엔 심려를 끼치지 않을 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다.
Right, I can't just restart. I have to also borrow the Heathcliff here. Because W Corp Heathcliff is very clearly doing a good job. It's just, I keep losing clashes, and I can't afford to lose clashes in the first two sections of the fight, because that's before he starts getting any of his annoying buffs or problem mechanics. I could probably go for a try for a full sinking team, but I don't remember if there's a sinking ID for him. Alright, offset that so he doesn't get an attack buff. Here. Gluttony. Pride we need energy for, so favored. Gluttony again. Favored, actually. Lust. Unopposed. That should be fine. Yeah, we need to get all the energy needed for, yeah, that's the kind of thing I've noticed about this fight. Because there's no dungeon ahead of time, I can't set things up here. And damn it, stop losing the clashes. Just to clean up. There we are. Interloper reception. Ha. Heathcliff? Yeah, do I want to charge with defensive skills, or do I want to perform attacks here? Because attacks are a little necessary, but at the same time... First of all, let's offset that so he doesn't get his attack power up. Favored, that's good. Favored, good. Neutral, not ideal. We'll go with this. I can't go without attacking him because his HP has to go down in order to, you know, win the fight. Oh, come on, Dawn. Dawn is... Come on, Dawn. Oh, come on. Damn it. He's... Yeah, it's pretty much impossible for him to lose because of his sanity gain powers. I could go with sinking to forcibly tank his sanity, but that's only going to go so far.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Gain 3, low morale. Winning a clash, increased by 10 defeats at a higher level, blah blah blah. Increased by 5, but now is defeated, blah blah blah. Fight driven. If the target's HP is currently higher, clash power up. And higher damage. Heal 5 SP, clash lose against Heathcliff. So Heathcliff winning against him is key, but wait. For the duration, retreat functions will not activate for Heathcliff. This unit's panic does not change when inflicted with an effect. Types of panic. If not, -4/5, recover 15. So basically, he has the exact same effect that my Heathcliff has, which is a bit of a pain. I'm not gonna lie here. And look at that. His sanity's dropping like a damn rock. Dominating. Hopeless. Opposed. Oh wow, I have no ability to actually handle these. Power guard. I guess I'm gonna try to eat this since everyone rolled so horribly on their speed. Come on. Oh, hey. Yeah, this one I knew was going to be a rough one. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes all night for me to beat it, but I did finish uptime for some, getting uptime 4 on some units, and I got some friends with some very powerful meta units, so... Holy crap, offensive level 14. There's nothing I can do to protect Heathcliff anymore. Maybe this was a mistake. Holy crap, everything's 8. There's basically nothing I can do to clash. And even if I do, I'm gonna lose. How do I not have enough materials for that? Of course. I keep forgetting how expensive Meltdown is. Now I do, before anyone says something, yes, I know Fluid Sack would be better, but the problem is I wouldn't even have the materials to get what we need for Fluid Sack. That's the problem. I'm not getting enough resources to use any egos whatsoever, which is a problem, especially for Heathcliff, because I should at least be able to use his, but I'm struggling to do precisely that. That said, if any of these are not pulling their weight, I don't think they're doing very good. They're all gonna guaranteed corrode if I try it. Let's try to get some healing going, but I have the feeling Heathcliff's about to die, and if he does, it's over, no matter what I do. No one on my list has Sun Shower, and I don't have Sun Shower myself. I'm afraid I joined about a month ago for the Arc Knights event, which is great and all, but it does mean I'm still technically a bit behind, because these all came out assuming you'd been playing for a while before the Canto came out. So it's been a bit of a tricky thing here. Wow, no damage. Oh, finally, we win a clash. A shame he's real sane man hours, so... There we are. There we go. If we can stun him, that'd be nice.
人の皆さんの状態に
He
何か変
struggled.
化が。
Excellent. Alright, we need to get more gluttony energy, so above all else, we have plenty of pride, I guess. Some more sloth would help. Hello, Technicus. Yeah, I'm gonna be stuck here. Yeah. I'm basically just trying to figure out how I want to go about this. I guess that's some pride energy, gloom energy. This is a much stronger one the target has. The target does not have any, so we're gonna have to do this to get some energy on them. Dean charge has a certain HP. Does she have enough charge for this? Total consumed, 9. 15 minus charge count consumed. So she will take a lot of damage if I do this, but it will guarantee damage. So the question is, I think I best save that, honestly. I'm using Wildcliff. Oh, nice. I still have base, unfortunately, so... Actually, maybe I should go with a, Gain charge barrier equals to opponent's on self, max sifts. Actually, maybe I should go with this to get a barrier here, because next turn he's gonna need it. Ryoshi's gonna take a lot of damage from this. But maybe I should, just because she deals significantly more damage here, and he's staggered, and I do want to deal damage. Yeah, like I said, I came in here expecting this to be a rough fight. I won't be surprised if it takes me all night. But that's how it's gotta be, that's how it's gotta be. I beat Ricardo through brute forcing, and I'll beat him through brute forcing as well. There we go. Alright, we actually did very, very good amounts of damage on him. Ricardo, huh? Nice. Part of me wants to go... right now, the Sinclair I'm actually using is middle Sinclair. So part of me wonders if maybe I should build the middle team and go for green energy. Oh my, he's gonna corrode if I do anything, if I'm not careful. I must say, I'm learning to appreciate the base IDs, that's for sure. Activate your defensive skill to offset this so he doesn't gain his power. This should also have the knock-on effect of preventing him from getting his attack up power because of the offset, if I remember right. But for the rest of these, I can only block 2 of them. Heathcliff has taken too many hits. Maybe I should try and oppose this no matter what. Then again, it looks like I can't win this under any circumstances, so maybe I should push the damage. Unopposed. Okay, pride it is. Dominating, gluttony. An A-res. Okay, an A-res should make that significantly more doable. And some more pride is good. Alright, here we go. Damn it, Dawn! I can't afford to have you lose, but I suppose if someone has to lose, it's best it's not Heathcliff. Alright, here we go. It doesn't matter if this doesn't do too much damage. The damage and healing should be a nice mix, so that I'm gradually... so that I rescued Heathcliff and slowly get my win finish going. I'm gonna be honest, I struggled to understand what a lot of the combat was at first. I'd have a friend go, coach me, and even then, chat's dropped me some hints here and there that really helped, so it's definitely a lot to take in. And the tutorial's not ideal, let's just say. Did we stun him? Oh, perfect, we stunned him. We have the upper hand, now to press the advantage. He has 3 charge or less than 50%. He definitely has less than 50% HP. So they become unbreakable coin. Lose a crash, final power. Consume 10. Gain additional coin power. Yeah. He doesn't have any tremor on him whatsoever. Yeah, with my low sanity, I should probably go with base power above all else. I also did pay attention to which characters seem to have resilience to blunt, since I noticed pretty much all of his attacks are blunt type. Plus, you know, he's got a bat, just like Heathcliff. Alright, this might be the best we can do now, so let's do it.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
No coins, but at least we get Tremor Burst, so we might be able to stun him again. Wonderful. Good work there. I can tell you dealt a hard blow. Heathcliff, in another word, glares at him. Every strand of bloodshot eyes are burning with hatred. Your puerile adventure ends here. Cast yourself off the cliffside of suffering. Let the sorrow against you until your body strikes the earth cold. This is the smallest atonement you can pay to Kathy as her murderer. Bastard, even now. Heathcliff bolts forward. He bolts forward, unable to stop himself. Very low. Lovely. Yeah, but perhaps the wrath on the way of judgment. A failed counterattack smote him. Accept your fate. Welcome the embrace of death. Yeah, my bro, I might just be a bloody wretch, but I'll kill you first anyway. The other sinners stand ready for battle. This is far from over. Very well, this is good, Heathcliff. Does not resent me, hate me. Do not relent, because this will be the start of your journey to kill every Heathcliff, a journey that ends in your demise. Together we shall plummet to the bed of this abyss. He blows again, and the battle rages on. Gain 3 fragile and 3 attack power for the remainder of the encounter. Double the amount of stagger threshold, including against set effective tremor burst. Wait, does that mean it's easier or harder to do it? He's weak to envy, so what does that mean? On hit, apply offense level up. Oh, I hate how he loves to buff himself whenever he gets hit. This offensive level up is a pain in the ass, but I can't just not attack him. No. Yeah, I'm doing this manually. The speed is faster than the targets, so I can do with these, but... Faust. That's right, Faust has her own ego that can help. Dominating. Here we go. This is unclashable, target fixed. Neutral. I might need to start using egos here. Yeah, this has no chance of corroding. And I could use the energy from that. Alright, the target here is fixed, so... How much charge does he have? 3, huh? And 3 charge, coin power additionally. Favored. Perfect. Done. We're gonna need more gluttony energy, so please do that. This is gonna be risky, but I think raising all of our sanity is what we need most of all right now. Oh, come on! We can't afford that. Damn it! We lost! We can't be losing clashes now. Everything comes down to this. At least the good news is, yeah. Faust base ego should have good enough base power that I shouldn't have to worry about losing clashes on coins. What matters is the team's gaining sanity. We need that sanity. Suddenly, one day,
내 팔은
my arm is changed.
변해 있었어.
Sinking. That'll be nice. Oh, come on. No. Yeah, whenever he wins. Yeah, Heathcliff's dead. He's stunned now, so it doesn't matter what happens next turn. I can't. Oh, he's not stunned. Is he immune to it for some reason? Or maybe I just misread the stagger threshold. Yeah, aggro does absolutely nothing for me in this fight, unfortunately. gonna corrode, which is gonna be a pain, but at the same time, I don't have a choice. We're about to die here, and I don't have enough. I have nowhere near enough. I have just barely not enough energy to activate the heal again. I'm pretty sure this is over, but indiscriminate. Wait, what's that say? Targets the most SP before attack. Details. Randomly select, attacks randomly, corrosion. This is what we're going to be doing here. Targets the unit with the most SP. Before attack, that target loses 10. That is going to be an evil Heathcliff because he has the best sanity hands down. This is risky, but I don't think I have a choice. Go big or go home. Fine, we'll do it this way. Dominating. I can't control that, so good luck, everybody else. Let's remove his defenses for fun. Can't corrode that. As hilarious as that would have been. Something wrong? Can I not select this?
끼어들지 마.
It's not letting me go.
좋을 때다.
Oh. Okay, so I'd select that. Well, this is gonna end poorly. There's no possible way this ends well, but I guess that's just how it's gonna go. I could just corrosion, holiday. It got him. You're losing that clash, buddy. It's not doing much, but if it can at least get him to the stagger threshold, that's all we need. We lost Ryoshu. I knew that was gonna happen. No, we lost. No, that was Heathcliff. If it was a Ryoshu, that'd be fine, but yeah, Heathcliff's death is loss of the whole fight.
끔찍하군. 아니지. 강등되면 현장 투입이 더
Wait, why do I have
많아지는
more
건가?
stamina right now? I guess I'll worry about that later. For now, I guess I could try. No, yeah, these are the only Heathcliffs I have. There's no Sun Shower in here, is there? Yeah, Wild Hunt. Is Wild Hunt any better? He's weak to stun, but what does he do again? Let's see here. For every one sinking on target, during combat, one ally takes damage to kill them. Consume a coffin to apply Wild Hunt to them. Could I use him against himself? Because I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be him. Alternatively, I could use my own Heathcliff and borrow Mao Faust. But in that case, yeah. Oh, somebody has Command Meltdown, actually. Alright, maybe that's a sign. I hate to spend so much on him, but as you'll notice, this is not an insignificant amount of durability gain. So you know what? We'll take the risk here.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
Let's see how bad of an idea this is.
속셈을 말해.
I've also got to sip my drink here. Let me grab it. Let me grab it.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
$1.99 isn't great, but it's at least a bit better than some of my other squishies. You turn off that... Yeah, saying please turn off that defensive ability so he doesn't gain any energy faster than I'd like. How to get him... Struggling, yeah. I guess what matters for these is that none of them will touch Heathcliff. Come on, we gotta have you guys. You guys gotta win this. Phew. I don't mind if they're close, but if we're losing these clashes, that's going to be a problem. Dawn. No, it's fine, as long as Dawn takes the hit and not Heathcliff. Because this guy specifically... Yeah, he gains too many offensive ups, but I can't just not hit him. Yeah, I can't go with anything that will lose in the coin flip. I need to make sure I can actually, Gonna have to go with some Lust Res here. Unless, we might need Sloth at some point, but for now, let's go with... Let's see how this goes for now. He does genuinely get weaker if he doesn't... If he gets a turn in where he does not hit Heathcliff, even if it's hitting Dawn or someone else, and Malfaust will take a hit for Heathcliff at least once in a fight, if I remember right, so that should help to some degree. Let's make this a bit more in our favor. Hopeless. Struggling but not hopeless. Gonna have to hope for the best here. Alright. Yeah, protect Heathcliff at all costs. Oh, come on! Ah! Especially since his attacks are strong. If I keep losing... Yeah, I need to just restart if I keep losing these clashes, because I can't afford to be losing so much this early. Holy crap, how did Dom lose half her HP? In the one hit. I don't think there's anything I can do to salvage this. Yeah, let's just save time and restart.
젠장, 이거 진짜 열받네. 형씨, 여기서 안 끝낼 거지?
Now, who could I borrow that would be helpful is the big problem here. Well, there was... Full Stop Heathcliff is really good. The problem is I don't have the Hong Lu that makes him worthwhile, which is kind of an issue. Yeah, I know this one will retreat if he runs out of ammo, but he can't retreat because of it. But he also can't do anything if he doesn't have ammo, so... Basically, I'd need to avoid his skill 1 at all costs. Ooh, even his dodge eats ammo. Oh no, it doesn't. W Corp didn't do half bad though, if we're honest. The issue is I don't really have any other W Corp members, so I can't provide him with the energy he needs. So maybe I will go with full... I was gonna say maybe I shouldn't go with this one, but actually, the fact he only has body sack means he can't corrode even if he's at minimum possible energy.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게
Alright, we'll give this a go.
단발에 한 놈씩. 욕심을 말.
There is also, I do realize there is also times where I'm just straight up going to have bad RNG, and there's little I can do about that, for better or for worse.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Unopposed. Oh dear. Can't I look at his kits, please? That should be fine, question mark.
일기당천.
Oh phew, yeah, as long as we're winning these, that's all that matters. Headshot. Wow, that did nothing.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Right, skill 1 is the one I have to avoid at all costs, so I can use his skill 3 if I feel like it. Dominating. Struggling. Yeah. Neutral. Favored.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
As long as he loses the clash to Heathcliff specifically, he does lose something notable out of the deal. Wow. Yeah, he's taking no damage, damn it. Oh, come on. I was gonna say, is she already dead? Because I genuinely have seen him bring her from 100% HP to 0% HP in a single turn. Get it together, everyone. Yeah, I can't do that. Hopeless. There's not much I can do about it at this point. Alright. Alright, we'll have to hope I can... Damn it. Yeah, Dawn has had absolutely no luck in these at all whatsoever. I'm just lucky she's tanky and doesn't have too high of a stagger threshold. Damn, he's winning every single one of these. Listeners suffer fatal damage. We need to take immediate measures. There's absolutely nothing I can do. The RNG just screwed me for this run, I think. There's nothing I can do about it anymore. hopeless. Struggling. This is the best we can do, I suppose. I'll determine if I want to keep going based on what happens the next turn. If we can win at least a few clashes this time, however, that would could potentially turn things around. Come on. Phew. Finally, Dom gets a win. Now, if only Ryoshi could get the same. And remember, she's weak to blunt, so he's dealing double damage to her. Someone got seriously hurt. Yeah, if Heathcliff is staggered, there's no point even trying. He's going to die, and I can't stop him. Alright, so full stop is not the call for this. Normally it shouldn't matter, but a particular reason I want to expedite this is, I literally cannot do this event unless I beat this chapter and the intervallo afterwards. I can't even do anything to earn the, I can't even do anything to earn the material. This is just from the mirror dungeon stuff. So I kind of have to get this done at all costs. Yeah, I'm not worried about failing to get the EX thing for here. I could do it later. Or either with more powerful IDs or what have you. I guess I could have him fight himself. This guy is a focus on sinking, right? With my Faust, that could potentially keep him a bit busy. I don't have very many sources of sinking is the problem. But it is nice, all the same. If the sinking can tank his sanity, that'd make it a lot easier, though, that's for sure. It matters not what kind of Heathcliff you are, I shall embrace every count. Dominating. Yeah, dominate the harder one, please. Favored, yeah. There. I don't want to use up her HP, so let's use the Lust one here for now. Maybe Lust Res wouldn't be bad to offset that. I can't offset that, but I can do it. If she wins that, maybe it will be worth the pain. There we are. I can turn off his guard, but he can't turn off my counter, so that should work, right? Question mark. Come on, Dawn. There we go, Dawn. I believe in you, Dawn. There we go. Just barely won. Oh my. Listen to how much of a happy boy he is. Yeah, let's continue offsetting this so he doesn't gain attack up, because the last thing I want is that. Yeah, let's go with that one. Neutral. Gonna have to play it this way. I could get sloth energy, but I really want to offset that attack power. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Nice one, Don. I believe in you, Don.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます皆さん
Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone. I need to offset that at all costs. Sucks, but I'm gonna have to do it this way. Lose 15 SP on use, lose SP. Base power for sinking on the target. There is none. Gonna have to do it this way then. Struggling, oh man. Part of me wonders if maybe I should just defend, because I don't want him getting any more attack ups. But can I really afford to do that? Hello, welcome to the stream. Hobo Cliff indeed. Is this even worth my time? Yeah, everyone's losing, and I don't have enough energy for a damn... Why can't I use hers again? Oh yeah, because it requires an inordinate amount of pride. So basically I have to get absurdly lucky and him to get absurdly unlucky, and with 37 sanity, we got real sane man hours going. That's not gonna happen. I need to do better at this. I need to be better. But how can I do this? Explosive Wrath. I could go for just defensive skills. Power Guard, Power Guard. Power Counter. Alright, let's see what happens if we don't do damage to him to minimize his amount of attack ups, because I really am getting sick of that damage up he keeps getting. Come on, really? Counter's only work once, I see.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
That's a stagger, that's a problem. Oh no, you're in for a nasty beating. Turn starts. Impending ruin. Reduced to 1. Yeah, everything is hopeless, and I don't have any way to offset that. I'll make sure that does enough so he doesn't get attack ups. Favored, good. Favored, good. Hopeless. There's nothing I can do. I'm gonna have to do it this way. I don't have enough resources for anything else. Oh, come on, really? That's no good. Well, he's got max sanity. He functionally can't fail clashes. Main problem. Without a decent thinking team, tries to be snowbally. Yeah, that's part of why early on I was basically resetting if I didn't win all the clashes in the first 2 turns. And even then, the combat system is very complicated. If I didn't have a friend coaching me and advice from chat, I'd probably have a lot more Oh, but he does also have a thing that's causing him to gain sanity at an accelerated rate, so that's also not helping me in any way. Yeah, Faust can't do anything here, so it doesn't matter what I do. Dominating, favored, neutral, hopeless.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Was that a double tailed at a 45% SP hit rate? There. Finally, Dawn's winning. Dawn really looks good in that armor. I like it. If I could stun him for the turn, that'd be real nice. Please stun him. Ryoshu, it's all up to you. Never mind, Ryoshu can't win a clash, apparently. Yeah, he's gonna... Yeah, he's... Oh, damn, he almost killed her. Sinners receive fatal damage. We have to do something. I have to make sure he doesn't get any attack up, so we'll go for this. Struggling, dominating. Struggling, dominating. This is extremely risky. But we do... Damn it, we don't have enough resources. But I can make there being enough resources. The question is, can he survive a turn? We're gonna have to see. But once I get Meltdown done, I should get at least a little bit of healing on top of the damage, which should help, I think. If I can stun him, that'd be quite nice. Hope for the stagger, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Luckily, he won't target Ryoshu since she's not Heathcliff. My Ryoshu is a really powerful glass cannon. I want her on the team because she's very good at killing things, but if she, as you've seen, if she takes hits, she goes down like a sack of bricks. Go, Dawn! Yeah! T-Corp has some pretty nice gimmicks, I must say. Staggered. I'm sure there are other reasons, but we can't stop him. An ego for better sin reses? The problem is I only have one ego, and it's the default, so unfortunately that won't do much here. The big thing is she's weak to blunt, and as you can see, he's got a big-ass bat, and that deals blunt damage. That's the main pain I have to deal with. Let's see what I can... Yeah, more damage, the better. Actually, no, I should go with pride damage here. Yeah, pride, some energy here, lust energy here. Yeah, I might as well get more gluttony energy as well so I can try and use Meltdown again later. We need to deal as much damage as we possibly can in this turn. If we can reach the coin flip again, I might be able to do something. If I can get that second stagger threshold, that'd be quite nice. Ooh, I did. Let us use this opportunity for victory, everyone. Bad news is Faust won't be able to clash anything, but the good news is she does have something that can boost everyone's sanity. The thing is, I do want to inflict sinking on him, try and get his down again. Gloom, huh? I'm not using any gloom, but so he's gonna resist everything else. He's gonna get stronger though, which I don't like. The attacker, gain 1 sinking, gain 1 offense up. T-Corp's gimmicks are fun. They make a Tremor feel like an actual undertaking. Yeah. This is the major lucky one I got for Dawn early, so I've been having it on her the whole time. It's quite nice. Yeah, I should probably have Earl King handling this one. Yeah, because he's dominating. Hopeless. Yeah, favored, struggling, oh my. You know what? I know a way to make this not so struggling. An oppose here. Come on, man. Right, of course he's never gonna fail. Go, Dawn. Come on, we can't lose the clash. Of course we lose the clash. It's lovely. Yeah, you're not gonna lose to you're not gonna win against Body Sack, my dude. Oh, come on, really? Defense. Well, I guess what matters is we won the clash, but that guard is way too crazy. At least I've got a good amount of sinking on him, so he's not nearly as overwhelmingly high, but this is going to be extremely risky. I'm going to have to risk it. Dominating. I need to stop that one at all costs because that's a multi-target. Dominating that one. There we are. Favored and neutral. You know what? Let's do it this way to get rid of that. And then we'll have an A-res. Right, first remove this. Yeah, I gotta make sure the order of operations goes right here. Alright, hopefully an A resonance should help be a reasonable increase. If he... Suffer more. No, there's been enough suffering. And because... No, his guard's not gone. But it will be soon. Alright, there we are. You got it, Dawn. Go, Dawn. Sinking should have a lot. Oh, come on, Ryo, shoot. I think she's actually gonna die to this. Oh, phew, she didn't. Good. Give everyone sanity. His sanity needs to drop and ours needs to go up. Alright, here we go. Heathcliff's assault. He actually might win this, so fingers crossed he does. Yes! Gah! He charges forward, screaming with wrath, and hits from the other world his forehead. You might be right, might just be a bloody wretch, but I'll kill you first anyway. Very good, I like that. Resent me, hate me. Excellent, he's not fragile anymore. He's just that souped up. I need to make sure I can fuel it. So. Target fixed, which means it's gonna have to be this one. Dominating, yeah, I can accept this. Dominating, good, good. Actually, I might need to do a guard here. No, we can't guard here. Lust up. And you know what? No, we'll save that for when she needs to win a clash. For now, I'll just get this going. As long as we win these clashes, this turn should be safe. It looks like we have a reasonable chance we might actually be able to do that. He's taking no damage because of the guard, but I guess as long as I'm inflicting sinking, that's what matters. Oh right, the defensive skills only apply once, or twice if he uses 2 slots. He's now at negative SP. Yeah, he's gonna heal it back at the end of the turn at a reasonable amount, but yeah, I think having 2 sinking party members while also having Faust restoring ours sanity up was key. Keep sanity control is definitely a huge part of why I can see sinking teams are so popular. Yeah, he gained. Look how much he was at minus 18 or something, and now he's just at minus 3. But that's a good thing. Let's see here. Explosive Envy. Alright, we'll go backwards here. Yeah, Faust can't clash anything, so I can't really do much of that here, but I can do this here. Because, yeah, you've got some sinking, so... Unopposed. Unfortunate, but that's how it goes. We'll go backwards here. Neutral. Dominating. 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 Unopposed. Oh, that's target fixed, so he needs to do this one. This one I can have. Yeah, dominating. Okay, we're all dominating, so we should be in a lot better shape now. Really good supplementary. You have a spice. He's lost, though. Right now, my team is just random bullshit go with whatever good units I've gotten. My only disappointment is I don't have anything good for Ishmael, because I've really gotten to like her after the last Canto. In fact, she might be my favorite. There's just so much about her I liked. I'm hoping the same will do with Heathcliff, because Heathcliff was one of my least favorites. Not because, well, mostly because he was just causing trouble until relatively recently. So, at least with Ishmael, when she was being annoying in Canto 5, normally she's one of the more sane members. The fact she was doing that was absolutely essential towards making her chapter function as well as it did. Please let that hit the threshold. Revenge. Oh my. Defense down for the turn. Well, we know what we're doing. Yeah, the only issue with sinking is for characters like Cromer, where they actually have negative coins and want to be low sanity. So if you're sinking then, that's going to be a bit of a problem. I think it's target fixed. Yes, it is. Alright, Heathcliff, do you have a dominating? Yes, you have a dominating there, so I don't need to use up much there. Favor, dominating. Dominating. Hey, the more domination's better. I can't get rid of the reflect here, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? If I can get him to reflect Yi Sang, or actually even better, let's get him to first. Let's get him to waste his counter on Dawn. There we are. All right, I need this one. Yeah, as long as the counter is wasted on someone who can actually take the hit, like, say, our resident tank here, Dawn, that should be able to redirect. There we go. We're going through here, but I can't get too cocky. I can and have had fights in this game and other games where I had it in the bag, but then I lost everything because I got too cocky. Ryoshi's eating a lot of her own HP, but her damage is absolutely no question. Even if she dies, I guarantee you she's going to be, even if she dies, as long as she deals enough damage to kill him, that's what matters. Heathcliff's how rude he is and round the castaway alike. I guess he just didn't make a good first impression because he was one of the people, along with Ryoshi and the others, who, and Dawn, who had a very poor first impression and kill each other. It doesn't exactly give me a good impression of my co-workers. Excellent. Alright, no risks here. Resonances up the ass. This should kill him. Only 100 HP. My Sinner should have absolutely no issues tearing through that much HP left. There we go. So in the end, the best strategy was to control his sanity, keeping mine up and his low. I'll shove all this bag, drag it to the end of the inferno. Oh, it's less cursing there. Come as hard as I can, if my strength will allow. There we go. Every Catherine was destined to be miserable. Oh dang, she's destined to suffer in every universe because of Heathcliff. That is why I must kill every Heathcliff in the world. You would have done the same. Whew. We got him. I will say right now that I don't dislike any of the sinners, it's just some of them give better first impressions than others. And of course the story has changed. Like I just mentioned, Ishmael is now one of my favorites thanks to Canto 5. Yi Sang did rather well in Canto 4 as well, even if that had some rather atrocious pacing, if we're honest. I think the weakest right now I'd say are Gregor and Rodion, and I think the fact those are the first two Cantos are probably no coincidence, because, well, even going in here, I was warned, yeah, it's gonna take until about Canto 3 before the writing starts picking up, and I agree with that. Is she dead? Tell me everything. Give me the true history of the event. How did Kathy die? Did she pass away with the same kind of smile on her face?
어린 양처럼 조용히
Quietly as a
돌아가셨어요.
lamb. And did she ever mention me?
그럴 수가
She could not,
없었어.
for her senses never
캐서린
returned. She lay with a
아가씨는
sweet smile on her
잠든 채로
face, her life
영면하셨으니까
closed in a gentle
얼굴에
dream.
다정한 미소를
May her
띠고
final
누워
slumber be a
계셨지.
peaceful one.
아니,
No, no, May Kathy. May she wake in torment. Wait, what? I killed Kathy, didn't I? I'm a murderer, aren't I? Haunt me, be a ghost and haunt me, be with me. Don't, only do not leave me in this abyss where I can't find you. I can't live without you. Heathcliff? Kathy, may you not rest as long as I'm living, and nor shall I. Why'd you leave Wuthering Heights? It's where the love of your life
그래,
lives, isn't it?
시계대가리.
Yeah, Clawkid, you asked me that
그런
question
질문을
once.
근데
But that was the wrong question. You
왜
should have asked me
떠났냐는
why I
질문보다는
endured, not why I
나를
left.
향한
Thrashings,
내질과
humiliation, scorn,
조롱과
starvings. I can endure it all. I just had to
모든
weather it,
고통,
let it pass over me.
굶주림은 견딜
That's
수
what I always
있었어.
did anyway.
그럼에도
Despite all
불구하고
that, I decided to leave Wuthering Heights behind because I finally realized something.
그래서 린트는 곧
So
부자가 될
Linton will be
거고
made quite affluent
린튼과
soon if I were to marry
결혼한다면
him.
나는 이
I should be the
근방에서
greatest
가장
inventor
잘
in the
나가는
neighborhood, no?
발명가가
Perhaps I should be
되겠지?
awarded Inventor of the Year
어쩌면
award
최초
from
올해의
T-Corp.
발명가상을 받을지도 몰라. 그러면
Then what of
히스클리프는 이
Heathcliff, Miss
아가씨?
Catherine?
넬리, 무슨
Nelly,
말을 하는
please, do
거야?
not say such things. It would degrade me if I were to marry
함께한다면 내
Heathcliff.
품위는 우리 둘 다
We'd both be
분명
destitute
거짓골을
if such a
면치
thing were to happen.
못했으니까 말해줄래?
Tell me
왜
why you
워더링
couldn't bear to
하이츠를
remain
떠나지
at Wuthering Heights
않고서는
anymore.
견딜 수가 없었는지.
캐서린이
Because I finally understood
나를
that Catherine
속여놨으니까.
did not love me.
그리고 만약
And if I had to stay here and watch her marry Linton right before my eyes, I would have done something so violent, so brutal, or maybe even against
어쩌면
Kathy.
캐시에게까지도 난폭한 행동이라고 말 거야.
I'm afraid I have no idea who Carmen is. She's been mentioned a few times. In fact, I think she was even mentioned during the Arknights events, but I've yet to meet her. I'm told she's actually not from this game, but one of the previous games. I believe when I first heard about her, I mentioned that I guess in that case she kind of reminds me of the Master from Fallout. Though technically, even his very existence is technically a spoiler, it's hard to discuss the Fallout lore as a whole without bringing him up because his actions in the first game have had knock-on effects. It's rippled throughout the remainder of the series ever since, because he was just that major of a player in the story. I
상상하기도
could
싫을
not understand
만큼
that.
도무지
I could
버틸
not
수가
stand that,
없었어.
not the idea of it. Yeah, I guess when you're in that sort of situation, marrying into money is something that's relevant. Yeah, in this case, marriages can be just as political as any sort of summit or any meeting like that.
그래서 도망쳤어.
So I ran
나를 천하게
for this
만든
matter that degraded me,
이
made me a
쫓겨난
wretch.
사람을
From this
가르쳐줬지.
matter that taught me love, only to deprive me of it. No, I was always a wretch from the moment I was born.
그러니 천한
A
것이
lowly thing like
있을
me
수
should not have
없어야
been
할
allowed to
그
be here in the
자리에서
first place. That's why I tore
나를
myself from
스스로
it.
뜯어낸 거야.
And I think taking the time to uptie for a few of my strongest IDs was definitely my favor, because while it does cost a lot of Ryoshi's own HP, she was a glass can to begin with. I pretty much just accept that she's not taking hits, but if she lands, yeah, she's definitely a huge... I won't be surprised if she's MVP after this. Let's find out. A lowly thing like me should not have been here. That's why I tore myself. But I've never given up on Kathy.
언젠간
I
캐시가
only want her to
자기의
realize she was
생각을
wrong, to regret what
죽게
she's done, so that she'll one day
자신이
return
한
to me.
짓을 후회하고
That explains why he's
다시
thought it was
돌아오게 하려고
frustrating
했을
that
거야.
the purple flowers were here, because that was his favorite color, and yet she seemed to favor something of his.
하지만
What about now?
쓸모없어졌지.
Pointless. It's all pointless.
그렇다면
Then what can you do now? As per the deceased wishes, this shall be read aloud here at Miss Catherine's manor. Catherine, she's dead. We were married. Catherine lies dead because of you. Do you fail to understand? We are her murderers. Every Catherine was destined to be miserable because of Heathcliff. Behold the fragments of every possible world. In every world, in every single strand of infinite possibilities, Heathcliff breaks her heart, condemning her to her death. Most wretched. Yeah, unfortunately, I've never read Wuthering Heights or whatever the book is that Heathcliff is from. I know of it. I just haven't read it. Same with there's a few here. Like Ishmael's. Obviously, Ishmael's was one of the books I have read because when I grew up, it was required reading in school. I think some schools even still have it as required reading. But some of these I only heard of. Some I straight up didn't know until looking up later. And some I know by reputation. Like I've never read Damien from that Sinclair's name is from, but everyone I've spoken to who has tells me that they've watched gay porn that is less gay than the book. In every strand of possibility. My head hurts. Yeah, don't do that, buddy. They're just gonna have a long, frustrating talk with you, and it's not gonna actually solve anything. Bleeding in this. Doesn't sound my distant self bashing his head against a tree trunk. I'm back. I said I'm back, Kathy.
넌
Look at him. What do you feel? Is that even a human?
사람 모양 가죽만
Isn't that thing just a bundle of waste wrapped in a filthy rag that only resembles human flesh? Oh man, I know this is gonna be a really weird thing to bring up, but it kind of reminds me of Shrek 3, where Shrek was trying to give some advice. He said, you know, for the longest time, people kept telling me I was a monster, and for the longest time, I believed them. And I get the feeling that's what Heathcliff is going through right now. That's what comes to mind. I've changed. Then I'll show her how much I've grown as a person? No, of course not. That could never work from the start. How could it when I'm not even a person? What do you think of yourself, Heathcliff? Do I even deserve to speak as humans do? I who killed Catherine, you deprived me of Catherine. Must be a thing lesser than a savage beast. Why would I even keep pretending to be human when I'm not? If they were right, if they were become nothing more than a howling savage beast, a wild, heartbroken hound, bounded by his master. In Wuthering Heights, there's actually two Heaths, but they weren't the exact same person as it is in Limbus. I'll have to take your word for it. As I said, I know of it, but I don't know anything about it. But I guess that might have also been another reason I liked Ishmael's Canto so much, because I've actually read the book. I could recognize each and everything being referenced. Even something as tiny as the coins that Ahab was paying her crew in, and ones she knew damn well wouldn't matter, or once they began getting close to their goal. That all resonated with me because I knew exactly what it was going towards. Damn, Ahab was a great villain. And you just gotta love to hate her. And the fun part is it's not even too far from the book. Well, technically, the titular Moby Dick is officially the villain of the story. Ahab is the reason it goes as badly as it does and refused to be reasonable about it. You could easily argue he was just as bad, if not worse, if you wanted. In fact, I think some even did their book reports claiming he was the true villain all along, which, yeah. I guess that's the fun part. Hurts it? The shape of your heart and its desire, is it?
맞아.
Yes, I shall become an infernal hound, sneering and tearing at the fabric of the city, and I'll shove its remnants to the south and graze across the broken earth. Curse myself and everything that did this to me. Then it can be as you wish. Run, Heathcliff, run! Kathy, your ankle. Go, I said go! I promise I'll come back to you. Okay, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? Oh no, it was him. I'll no longer. It is done. I'll no longer suffer the wuthering storm. No longer suffering. I end it, didn't I? Huh. Wow, is Ryoshu really not doing that much damage? Look, even Don Quixote did more damage. And remember, I have her as a tank, not as a DPS. Can we really blame a whale for just being a whale, but more realistically blame a person in a place of authority? And since I'm past this, I can finally start getting some resources for the dang event. Hold on, I think I've got some dog aggro here. I'll be right back. Phew. That fight was nice. I think I needed to break up that fight anyway, so I guess the dog chose the best time to need that. So thankfully it's pretty good. And yeah, wow. Wild Hunt, I'd heard Wild Hunt Heathcliff was pretty insane, but I guess they weren't kidding. But yeah, so in the end, using him and weathering Butler Faust, I was able to keep them sinking, so that to keep his sanity down, and Faust's initial ego to keep our sanity up was the key. Remember, we're not even halfway done yet. Ticking sounds. Cannot deploy. Oh dear. This could be a problem. Alright, Alright, I know what I'm gonna want here, and it's gonna be a Honglu. Where's Honglu? Here. I'm not looking very hard, apparently. Yeah, alright, it's the, I do like Ting Tang Gang Honglu a lot, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely glad I got him from the ticket and got him to Uptie 3, but I should probably, ooh, I could probably do with the W Corp agent here, see how that goes. Dimensional Shredder, oh. Change that. Does anyone have Charmaine oneself? Yeah, this one does. Oh, yeah, this guy does too. Alright, we'll take this Honglu for our 6 months.
건 오랜만이네요.
I could bring Middle Sinclair, who is genuinely good as well, but I don't really have anyone that needs envy, if we're honest. Yeah, see, it's like 4 out of 7. We don't need that much envy energy at all. Alright. Is this a flashback? Researcher, we gotta run! Heathcliff the Heartbroken, oh dear. A distorted Heathcliff for me. He mauls, rips, and tears, and everything. His mournful howling is tinged with so much pain that it hurts me to even listen.
실험관에 있는 사람들, 연구원들.
Alright, I'll give everyone exaggerated accents so I can tell apart. Oh, he's killing everyone. The researchers, dead rabbits, even the people trapped in the glass pods. If we were to get in his way, yes, he will not hesitate to attack us as well. This will be a difficult battle for everyone. It'll leave nothing but gashes in our hearts, but even so, we have to bring him back. The clock turns. But can we undo a distortion with our time powers? I hope so. Less than a savage beast. Must I keep pretending to be a human? I guess we'll just have to do what we can, I suppose. Wow, he has even more HP than the last guy. Oh wow, he doesn't even have a stagger threshold. So basically, yeah, look at stagger threshold isn't there to the end. I don't get to stagger him until basically I've already won the fight. Oh, come on, really? Sinking down. Sheesh, he's going spinning Sonic the Hedgehog style. Weak to Catherine. We don't deserve to live.
타겟 포착 1시간.
As long as we're winning the clashes, I guess that's all that matters. Keep hearing a voice in my head. That's an excellent strategy, Dante. Yeah. I'm gonna miss the Arcanite's event. I do wish they could at least keep a record of it so that anyone joining later could enjoy it. Because the fact that distortions can apply to people from outside the city world is kind of an important plot revelation. Whoever this Carmen is, their power is truly staggering. Oh no. Faust is probably gonna lose that clash, but it... guess there's not much I can do about that. Hopeless. Struggling, but it's not hopeless. Guess we'll have to make do here. I don't think he's supposed to be nearly as tough. At the very least, he's not being a pain in the ass with the real sane man hours. But the fact I can't stun him and Tremor Burst isn't gonna do much, of course. Well, whatever. Dawn can take a few hits. And lucky for me, she can. Holy crap. Although granted, Faust keeps losing that. Holy crap, he only has 2 coins. And he's only winning half of them. Yeah, he's Sonic. He's getting his supersonic dashes. Oh, that's a bad stagger.
皆さんしっかりしてください
Get it together, everyone. How you needed to manage Hobo Cliff steps to be right before the distorted. Yeah, kind of funny. I guess it really was the real sane man hours. Alright, I don't like what he's doing. Hold on, hold on. Undeserving of speech. Like fragile, unclashable. Clash win. That's a pain. On hit. Gain defense up next turn. Broken heart. Oh wow, raid? Hold on. Hope I spelled that right. Yes, I did. Doesn't say we were playing, but I'm assuming it's Limbus then. Alright, well, welcome Raiders, welcome. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct Fey creature here. I successfully managed to beat the alternate Heathcliff, but now I need to fight distorted Heathcliff, which is going to be a bit of a pain. I can figure that right now. That can't be clashed. Yeah, that should make it dominating. Wait, how's it struggling now? I guess that's gonna have to do. Ah, darn the edge. Alright, we'll have to. Well, we need to win this clash, so let's do this. 11 damage, isn't that lovely? Well, as long as he didn't get to attack. Come on, Dawn. Oh, nice. Unfortunately, all you missed was Dawn, once again having rotten luck. Take it. Something seems to have changed with the sinners. I'm feeling really good after beating the previous Heathcliff, that's for sure. Alright, that should change it. Dominating here, we should be able to do that. There we are. Body sack. Well, at least we managed to beat that. The fight against Heathcliff, question mark? Yeah. Someone called him Hobo Cliff, but I guess that works. I was able to defeat Hobo Cliff through carefully controlling. I borrowed a sinking Wild Hunt Heathcliff so that he and Faust could inflict sinking and reduce the sanity of Hobo Cliff, and then use Faust's base ID to keep everyone else's, our team's sanity up. So sanity control was definitely the way we were able to win that fight. Ugh. Ooh, poor Dawn. Thanks. Sinners suffering fatal damage must take immediate measures. Full stop to life. Heathcliff the Heartbroken is shaking and stumbling. There's the fluid dripping from his mouth. Is it blood or tears of sorrow? This might be our chance to convey something. Hi. Gloom. It's all going to come down to this. Gregor, I trust you. We did it. My trust paid off. Oh yeah. We approach Heathcliff with Gregor. Heathcliff, I carefully try talking to him, but he shrinks back as though he's afraid. My voice can't reach him. Ask Gregor to relay my words. I can't empathize with everything you've gone through. I haven't the experience. But I do know these actions won't do anything unless you're pain. Maybe the words have an effect on him. Heathcliff writhes and growls, though something inside hurts. I don't know if this helped or if all we did was pour salt in the wounds, but he's getting to his feet. I'm certain this is far from over. Fine, fragile. Told you I can handle this.
これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
There's really no other greens? No, there's not. Although maybe Sloth Resonance might be a bit better. No other Gluttony, huh? Alright, we'll just go with the Sloth and Lust Resonance to get this chance here.
잘 생각해보라고.
Alright, time to prepare for battle.
戦闘の準備を。
Alright, we're all dominating. Except for the two who can't go unopposed. Not much we can do about that, I suppose. I guess what matters is the ones we are winning, we're dominating, and that's what matters here. I've got a decent amount of Rupture, actually. Yeah. Yeah, since you didn't know this before, I did actually up tie 3 on Ryoshu's W Corp out ID. I figured I'm not going to be using any other Ryoshus even if I pull them anytime soon, so it's a worthwhile investment. Though I do need to be wary, the Walpurgis Night is coming in what is it, 2 weeks now? So I do need to be ready to pull for those. Just about anything there would be quite nice. It'll be nice expanding my options a bit. Hopefully, in particular, I want a good one for Ishmael, now that she's become a favorite.
今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Inflict 5 SP damage for each attack. Unclashable, there's nothing I can do about that. Alright, I think that should be a bit safer then. Let's go with this then. Defense to reload on Lu. Oh crap, I forgot to do that. Well, he doesn't look like he's out of ammo yet, so he should be fine. At least one more turn. I can have him reload next turn. Hongwoo's definitely one full stop Hongwoo is definitely one I'm gonna put serious consideration to sharding once the whole thing comes here. Even if I don't get full stop Heathcliff, the fact he can reload his own ammo makes him pretty easy to use. Plus it works well with the Arknight's ego he's got, and that's always a nice one. Here we are. Is there a way to tell how much ammo he actually currently has? Because I genuinely can't tell. Yeah, reload once per encounter. We'll just counter each other's counter. That'll be hilarious. Oh, his ammo's displayed below. Ah, so he is out of ammo, but that's fine because he can reload himself just fine. Dominating, good. That's unclashable. I can't do anything about that. good. Favored, that should be fine, and yeah, Dawn, you take care of that one. I'll just make Faust unopposed for the moment. I think it could just be a bit hard to see what's underneath everyone at a glance here. I'd have to actually, if he was in the back row, I'd actually have to click on him and check through his statuses.
도움이 된답니다.
So yeah, here it's a lot easier to see. I'm out of ammo, so I need to reset it. Clash with the Honglu counter if you offset with Faust. While true, I don't have Faust at up type 4 yet, so she won't gain any resources if I do that. I actually do want to get some more of these energy resources. But yeah, I did notice there was a clashable counter, which is quite nice. Oh, come on, Dawn. Ugh. Yeah, I don't have as much gluttony energy as I thought I had. Whoops. Oh well, I don't, technically speaking, need healing to win here. It's just a nice bonus. Yeah, that should be good. I mean, if it's gonna be blank anyways, I might as well go with green. Yeah, I think that should work. Might be using... It's entirely possible. Basically, all the Honglus being shared are full stop. I will admit the Heisho Honglu is very tempting, but I probably want even more of the Heisho for that. And I only have like 2 others. An A-res, not bad. Favored. I do need to have Faust use Meltdown here, however. It's a bit of a problem, but I don't have a choice. I need to get the support going. Should be good. It's no fluid sac, but it is nice to at least have a bit of defense. But yeah, it looks like we've actually won this now that we finally snowballed. Kathy, I'm back, please. After this, we can only hope our Dante clock can turn back and save Heathcliff. But I'm pretty sure the last thing anyone wants to have to do is go through yet another round of interviews, resumes, and the whole hiring process for another sinner. That's just not gonna be worth anyone's time. Yeah, those zeros really hurt, but I guess there's not much I can do about it. Full stop to life. Well, this is what I got all those resources for. Dominating. That should be good. Oh, can't forget this one. Lust res. Yeah, I think this should be sufficient, so let's do it. Body sack versus Crow's Eye View. Yi Sang wins. Well, I guess if you're losing it, sometimes a friend slapping you back into reality is exactly what you need.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Did you notice the difference in his ego? Yeah, it's now
흐릿한 등화
less base damage, one more
국기적인 종이
coins.
번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용태가 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Let's finish.
効果的な攻撃でした。
That was an effective attack. But is it the end? So if she catches red-handed, Nelly might give us the super sleepy smack.
그리고 지금쯤이면
Besides, the front gate's gotta be closed and locked by now. This is now ready? Ready for what?
참,
My Heathcliff, didn't you pay attention?
내가 말할 때
He also said
집중하라고
something else
했잖아.
before. Yeah, he said the body bag is now filled with corpses or something like that. Didn't I tell you to pay attention to
저기
speaking? Ready to race the top of the hill of the gardens?
아마
I'll win this
이번에야말로
time, I'm sure of it.
지켰어.
But Kathy, you don't have your shoes. I suppose Nelly will have to lecture me then. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, see that magnificent house over there? Why don't we head over there and peek through the windows? I want to see who lives in such a big house.
안 돼, 왜?
Kathy, we can't. Oh, why not?
왜냐면은-
지금 저
Because
집으로
if we
가면
go there now, they'll
커다란
spot us and
개들이
stick their monstrously
우리를
large
쫓아가.
hounds on us. Oh, Yi Sang's ego. Oh no, I missed that then.
그리고
One of them will
그
bite your
중
ankle.
하나가
You won't
피가
scream,
많이
but
날
you'll
거야.
bleed a lot. Enough that your wound will be
몇 주
bandaged for
동안
weeks. I regret it
군대를
day and night
가만히
that it should have been me who was mauled in your
그리고
place.
집에서
And
나온
the people in
사람들은
that house will take you
너를
inside, address your
죽이는
wounds.
친구야.
You'll meet
네
Linton.
기분은
And how do you
어땠어?
feel about
모든
that?
하지만
See.
히스클리프,
Everyone was entranced the moment they saw you. Of course they were, because you're the most beautiful person in the world. Oh, but Heathcliff,
너는 나를 두고
you left me
먼저 그
behind in
곁에서
that manner.
벗어났잖아.
심장이
My heart sank to its deepest
밑도 끝도
depths.
없이 내려앉는
And then instead of
느낌이었어.
hitting rock bottom, I kept
나중에 잘
sinking. Now that I think about it, I felt wretched, miserable.
네가 발목을
I was
다친
angry that
것도
you hurt your
화났고
ankles. I hated that it wasn't part of the
비싼
posh
그림
picture
같은
with
그
you and the
장면에
others, but more than anything, I
너와 내가
felt we could no
더
longer
이상
be together again. Since you finished
함께할 수
Canto,
없는
his saying for his
사이라는
base ego is a little different now.
처음
Ah,
느꼈어.
I did not notice. I'm sorry.
이 일로 힌들리
Incidentally,
오빠는
that
내게
incident
머릿속까지
really drew
화가
Hinley's
났지.
ire, so he ordered Nellie to be
그래서
completely
넬리한테 널
neglect her
그리고
care.
나는 5주
I stayed in the
동안
manor
네
for
곁에
5 weeks to get
머물렀지.
closer to him, Linton, and his sister
결국
Isabella. It's
네가
the stay which eventually
처음으로
became the reason you denied me for the
나를
first
딱 이
time.
순간까진
My life at this moment, until this moment, were the happiest moments of my
더
life. It was all I ever
하지만
wanted.
난 지금
But I
가야
must
해.
leave now.
왜냐하면
Because this is but a diary of mine. You
일어난
can't
그래도
change the past.
난 이
I mean,
날을
I still
좋아했어.
cherish this day. The day I could run so freely across the gardens by your side.
나도 그래
I do
히스클리프.
too, I did too, Heathcliff.
그래서 영원히
This is why I wrote my
기억해
diary,
놓으려고
so that I will hold the
일기장에
memories to
빼곡하게
eternity's
써놓았던
end.
거야.
Incidentally, I can't help but notice that Heathcliff is a hound just like the werewolf adopted brother of his was when he distorted. I suppose they aren't as different as they like to claim, as both of them like to claim.
네,
My most precious
소중한
memories. Yeah, the base egos are rather picture so much. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of really nice artwork stuff during these cantos. Are you okay, Heathcliff? Hi, how you feeling?
더럽군.
Like shy and miserable.
이 시체들과
The bodies, your
너네들.
wounds. I did that, didn't I? Heathcliff muttered, looking around at the mauled, mutilated corpses of the researchers.
이상하네.
Strange. I thought if I went wild,
때리고
smashing everything to
속이
pieces,
후련해질 줄
the weight of
알았는데.
my heart would be lifted.
이번엔
But
그렇지
no, not
않아.
this time, not at all. This feels
거기가
awful.
힘들리.
How am I any different from that
그런
prick
것들과
Hindley?
다를 것도 없는
Yeah, that's
것이잖아.
that's what I just said. Haha.
그저 눈앞에 있는
Full of
것들을
blind hatred against
부수겠다는
everything in front of me,
생각만
desiring nothing but
가득
destruction.
채웠는데.
But the worst thing is that I wanted to be like that
그
forever.
상태에서 왜냐하면
Because I
가만히
couldn't
멈춰있지.
bear to simply sit there and do nothing. No, you're not like him because he came back.
이번엔 돌아왔지만
This time,
그
sure,
다음
what happens again? Who's to say there
또
won't be a
안
next
그럴 거
time?
힘들린 놈이
Maybe
맞았을
Hindley,
수도
that prick was
있어.
right. I'm
글러먹은
unsalvageable.
놈이라
Did I change? No, I just deluded myself into thinking I did like the dullard I am.
이런 식으로
This is what I do and what I am. I destroy you, brings ruin to anything until there's nothing left to pulverize. If that happens again, I can't guarantee I'll exceed, but I will continue to try again.
시계대가리
Boy,
넌
clockhead.
스스로
You wouldn't know this, but
모르겠지만
well, everyone but you would
아마 너
know.
정신이
When I'm starting to lose my
나가버리거나
mind, when I'm
눈앞이
completely
깜깜해지거나 뭐
blinded
해봐.
and deafened,
이대로
when I
나라는
feel my
인간이
sense of
계속
self, my very
어둠 속에
being fading away into the
사로잡는
dark,
느낌일 때 아주
I hear
희미하게
that faint
들려오는 소리,
noise, the damn
지긋지긋한
noise of a
시계 소리,
clock.
그걸로 다시
It
눈이
opens my
떠서
eyes, drags me back to
그리고
reality.
다시 이곳으로 끄집어낸단 말이야.
Well, that's because I'm your manager. Bring you back to your path. This is what I do. Things became a lot more clear when I said that out loud. The sounds of my clock awakens, steers them back to their paths. I don't know what their paths really are or how we go about following them, but we're forging on anyway. Like feeling our way through a dark maze, learning its shape with every step we take.
의뢰비랑
Contact fee and
보호수당에서
safeguard fee? Wow, looks like we won't have to
사용할
make up for
값을
losses of my
빼면
own funds this time.
아, 오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울
Okay,
필요가
yeah, this
없네요.
time Ryoshu actually did pay her costs in, yeah, I spent a lot of resources bringing her to Uptide 4. I was kind of hoping she'd be a bit more of a significant factor in the last fight, but whatever. I'm just glad this one wasn't as frustrating. This one's pure story, so let me grab a sip of my drink. Because, yeah, last time we got a name that we had not heard before. I don't think it was mentioned that Linton had a sister. And that is very relevant to this. Oh, of course, I had to choose the most heartfelt one.
이것 좀 확인해야 할 것
Oh, you guys might
같은데요.
want to look at this.
아까
Look at the
쓰러뜨린
corpse the dead rabbits boss we
개들의 보스
defeated
시체를
earlier.
좀 죽은 건
This isn't Heathcliff from the other world. I don't
다른
think I've even
세계에서
seen
온
this person
히스클리프 씨가
before.
아니라
Oh man, was he body
이건
hopping?
처음 보는 사람의
Body hoppers
시체잖아요.
are such a pain to fight.
맙소사.
Heavens,
이
this is.
얼굴
I know her.
이사벨라 아가씨.
Isabella, how could this? Isabella?
이사벨라
Isabella
애드가
Edgar, Linton's younger
그
sister. She
린튼의
came by this
여동생이
manor a
있어.
few times with Linton. They overwrote Linton's sister with Heathcliff's identity. Shit, that's like what Clea did. Oh man,
그놈은 진짜가
it wasn't even
아니었어.
real. We lost him. This technology they're using to summon identities. It's a lot like our own.
현재까지 총
There have been
4번의
a
벼락이
total of
쳤다.
4 separate instances of lightning strikes. Merceau was the first to break the
회사의
silence.
입장에서
The most
제일
logical course of
합리적인
action
행동을
from the perspective of
판단하고자
our
했던
company would
황금가지를
be to wait until
가져가기만
the
하라고
golden bow
했던
becomes available to us as
린튼의
Linton
말이
suggested
맞았을 것이다.
earlier. Well, technically there's a golden bow right next to the coffin, isn't there? Strictly speaking, Heathcliff should have every right to say this is what I was promised in the will, therefore I'm allowed to go and pick it up. But of course, we can't ignore that there is 2 here, and something tells me the boss isn't going to be satisfied if we come back with just the one that was given to us on a possibly literal silver platter.
아,
Whoa, hide in the barn, wave the 7th lightning
겁쟁이처럼
strike like
헛간에
cowards.
숨어서. 그래,
What a helpful lot you
그렇게
are. Thank you
말해줘서
kindly for your
참
words of
도움되네.
encouragement. You know what? I should have done that from the start. I was foolish for me to even
말은 끝나지
allow
않았다.
me to finish,
히스클리프.
Heathcliff. I'm beginning to need to practice hastening my
앞으로는 이
speech.
저택을 돌아다니는 것만으로도
We have
지속적으로 위험이
experienced
증가하고 있으며
We have
무엇보다
experienced consistent escalation
히스클리프
of risk
안전에
merely
대한
by moving about the matter.
존중이
Moreover,
의심스러워지고 있는 상황이다.
it's growing increasingly difficult to ensure Heathcliff's safety.
그래서 나는
Therefore, in conclusion, he paused for a
벼락을
moment.
치는
I
것을
judge that we may have
막아야 할
to
것
stop
같다는
the lightning from
판단이
striking.
설사
There's no way possible way I can finish
황금가지를
Canto tonight. I can tell you that right now. I'll get as far as I can, including as into the dungeon if need be, but I'm definitely gonna have to continue this on Thursday or something. Because yeah, there's being walled at Heathcliff there is. Yeah, these cantos are getting fairly long, and I also get pretty tired, and being tired impacts my performance. I mean, you saw me last week. By the end, when I had run into Heathcliff, I could barely point out, wait, I have no idea who this person is. Why is this a big reveal? Until I noticed the, wait, that's Heathcliff question mark there. Everyone fell silent, deep in the thought after hearing Merceau's judgment. It wasn't a decision based on cold, hard facts that we had to come to expect from him. I have to make sure to tune in.
확실히 단순히
Agreed, it
자연적인
never
현상으로
appeared that the
인해
lightning
벼락이 친
strikes were a
것은
result
아닌
of
것
natural
같아.
phenomena. It always struck the most dramatic moments. Always on a certain
특정한
trigger,
사건이
killing the
벌어졌을
manor's
때
power without fail.
벼락과 함께 참
지금까지
Yeah, sorry, as much as I'd
내가
love
이
to go
저택에
through it,
와서
streaming actually does take a good bit out of you. I'm not sure I could go a full 6 hours on that. I know there are plenty of people who go for even longer, some even for full 24-hour streams, but I'm not one of those people. I do not have a Discord, no. If we're honest, I actually barely even got any viewers before I started doing Limbus Company. It's actually been kind of nice having some people tuning in regularly. Yeah. But I guess that's kind of the expectation here, since I do whatever game I'm in the mood for. Some who stop by will usually just stop by for whatever their favorite game is, so it makes sense they'd only care about stick around, and that's perfectly fine by me. That's perfectly fine by me. Alright, let's think about this. Let's think of the circumstances surrounding each strike of
첫
lightning.
번째 벼락은
Oh, the first one was,
그때
yeah, the
그 자리를-
funeral, when they were reading Catherine's will. No, we
그거보다
can,
정확히는
no, we can get a bit more specific than that. It was when Heath called out Catherine's name.
두 번째
The
벼락은
second one was when Linton said something hurtful to Heathcliff, all the verbal
세
abuse.
번째는
The third was when Hindley drew his last breath, and
모든 게 완전
Saul is ruined. His exhausting breath broke through her musings. He looks around the destroyed laboratory, corpses, the husks of dead Pecatula. There is a hollow look in his eyes. His face, already so sallow, lost even more color, and yet he stands tall. His gaze lingers for a moment on his sister's mangled corpse before moving towards the Catherine in the coffin.
내 여동생
Isabella, my dearest sister.
네가 무작정
So this is how our reunion has to be. It feels like
얼마
yesterday when you left our
되지도
home
않은
without a word.
소식조차
Oh, you didn't even write to each other? She
시답잖은
did send me a few
편지들을 보내는
childish
적은
letters that she
있었네.
met her fated partner, that she found true
운명을
love, but she can't
만났다는
possibly introduce me to this person,
진정한
as I would
사랑을 찾았다는
refuse to give my blessings. Wait, you? Do
스스로가
you even understand what you've
무슨
done?
나는 정해진
I merely followed the
설계대로
path laid before me. The lightning has struck 4 times.
그래, 우리도
Yeah, we know
알아.
how to count, you know. Executive
말투를
manager, I
보아.
can tell from the way that man is
그린
speaking that he may know the conditions that
사자는
trigger the lightning strikes.
벼락이
Otis spoke plainly without even trying to lower her
벼락.
voice. Lightning
벼락이
strikes.
친다는
Each strike of
것은
lightning is a
그녀의
blessing,
마음속에
for it
들어있다는
signifies you have a
것이.
place in her heart. Linton looked straight towards Heathcliff, and I could finally see his face clearly for the first time. He wore an expression of deep, bottomless pain. It didn't change the fact Linton was extremely suspicious and had quite a few things to answer for, but it began to sink in that he was also a man who was grieving for somebody he loved.
자네에게
I lied to you,
우리는
Heathcliff. Our marriage
행복한
was
결혼
never
생활을
happy.
보내지 못. 하지만
But I have to spend my entire
나는
life struggling to
평생을
earn a
그녀의
place in her
마음속에
heart,
들어가기 계속해서
knocking and knocking so that
방에
she would let me
들어가기
in.
하지만
So,
내겐
yeah, as I speculated, the marriage was entirely a political one. It was not out of any actual desire or happiness, which is unfortunately not rare, or when it comes to nobles. Yet there was nothing. She never once gave an answer. Even now, she remains silent.
민증군
Linton,
그것이 이
nothing, none that justifies the atrocity that you've committed in building this
대답이 될
abominable
수는
laboratory.
이렇게 많은 숫자의
I have given some
사람들이
thought as to how
어떻게
so many people could
여태껏
disappear
들키지
without leaving a
않고
shred of
납치가 될 수
evidence.
있었을지 단순히
It cannot
갱단
be said that
여론만이
gangs
납치를
kidnapped them by force,
자행했다면
but there was no signs of
주위엔 저항의
resistance.
흔적이 없 가족이
There were
통째로
also
실종되기도
cases
하는데
of simultaneous
여럿이
disappearances.
한꺼번에
Sometimes an entire
납치된
family
정황
would
역시
disappear all at
많았다고
once.
하였다.
그 기사를
You
다
actually read the
읽었던
whole
거야?
article?
그렇다면
And then it can be reasoned
막무가내로
that they
끌고
weren't
간
taken
것이
against their
아니라
will. More
오히려
believable to
이들이
say they
자발적으로
went with their would-be
이동했다는 것이
kidnappers
더 악에
willingly.
들어맞는다.
It could be anything. Brainwashed, mind control.
그렇다면
Which
납치범은
means the kidnapper was someone
어느
well
정도
known, someone with a
사회적인
decent
신뢰가 있는
reputation.
자여야 저택에
What, did you offer them a
일자리를
job at the manor?
내어주겠다거나
Promise to treat them to a nice
근사한
meal or
식사
something?
대접이라도 제2엔
인간을 만들어내는
An experiment to
실험이다.
produce a human, or so it was called.
하지만
Yet I cannot imagine a single human
아무리
being for whom these
생각을
heinous
해보아도
experiments, all the suffering,
이 모든
would have been
희생을
worth it for.
감당할
린트님,
Master Linton, even
아무리
Miss Catherine
캐서린
asked you to
아가씨의
do this. This is too.
부탁이었다지만
It was Miss Catherine. Wait, what?
캐서린이
Catherine asked
이
you to
모든 걸
do
알면서도
all this. That's
부탁했다고?
impossible.
그럴
Oh
리가
no, is this gonna be the end of
없잖아.
Deus Ex Human Revolution all over again? Oh hey, I'm starting to actually reference Western stuff this time instead of just Japanese games and anime. Isn't that quite the development? Linton receives Sinner's deluge of resentful accusations with an unstirring expression.
그래.
Yes, I will not deny that
캐서린의
everything was by
부탁이었다는
Catherine's request,
사실만큼은
but it was by my
부정하지
will that
않게.
every one of her requests were carried out to the
하지만
letter.
그러니까
I'd
대체
ask
왜
you
캐?
why.
이유는 단
The
한
why
번도
never mattered to
물어본
me,
적
so I
없어.
never asked her.
그저
All I ever cared
부탁받은
about was
걸
endlessly endeavoring to
완벽하게
carry out her
해내기
wishes, to
위해
do as I was told.
끊임없이
Ah.
노력했을 뿐.
He was so desperate for her approval, he didn't even question anything.
그러니까
Yeah, I'm
대체
still
왜요?
why.
당신의 가문 정도면
With your family's
충분히
wealth, it
안락한
could have
삶을
just
살고도 남았을
easily
텐데.
spent the rest of her days in luxury
그건
and with money to spare. So why
T사에서 일을
should T-Corp be
알고도
made aware of what transpired here? You may be subject to a high degree of
해도
punishment, even if your
강도를
family's
훔쳐버린
name
피할
were
수
to
없을
mitigate
걸세.
some of it.
이유라.
You ask me why. Is it not
뻔한
obvious?
캐서린을
Because I love
사랑했어.
Catherine. Ever since the moment I laid eyes upon her this very day, I've spent every single moment of my
그러지 않은
life
순간이
pining
없었지.
for her.
그건 그냥
You were just desperately begging for her
맹목적인
affection,
구걸 아닌가요?
blinded by your own obsession.
뭐라고
Speak ill of
말하든
me as you will, I care not,
나의
because my
행복은
joy comes from a
그
morsel of
구걸에서부터
affection she
받아내는
spared for me.
그러니
So you have
내가
no idea how much I
얼마나
envied you,
자네를
Heathcliff.
부러워했는지.
너를
You envy you?
캐서린이
Even
어릴
in her youth,
때부터
when I would come to spend time with
내가 이
Catherine at
저택에
this
놀러
manor,
계속해서
she would always
이렇게
ask me the same
물었지.
question. I wonder where
히스클리프는
Heathcliff
왜
has
안
gone to. I
보일까?
wish he was here.
물론
Of course, you must have been hiding from her, for you could not bear the sight of us.
그리고 믿든 안
Believe it or
믿든
not, it was
상관할
not
바는
I who
아니지만
burned your
오히려
letters.
편지가
In truth,
있었더라면
I would have
곧바로
delivered them
건네줬을
to her
거야.
myself had I had my hands on your letters, because that's how desperately Catherine was waiting for your news.
자네가 떠난
Once you
후
left, Catherine shut herself in a room,
캐서린은
refused to eat, and withered
방에만
away,
거울만을
gazing to a mirror day and night, until one day she calmly emerged from that very room and asked me for my hand.
거울
A mirror?
일기장에서도 말했었어.
She mentioned that same
거울
thing in
속에
the
자기
diary,
모습을
that
봤다고.
she saw herself in the mirror.
하지만
Yeah, we kept no mirrors
우리가
in the manor we lived.
살던
The mirror she looked
서번에
into
준
according
거울이라
to her gift. Wait, a manor with no mirrors whatsoever? Is it that a vampire manor or something? A gift from
누군가?
who?
그
If
거울에서
you'd ask me what
캐서린이
to
무엇을
know what she saw in the
보았길래
mirror, it would be that
방문을
what
열고
she saw
나와
prompted her to ask
결혼하자고
to marry me.
했을지 직접
Why don't you ask the
내게
diary yourself?
아무런
Ask that
대답도
old
해주지
diary what
않는
remains in obstinate
해진
silence before
일기죠.
me. Was that mirror like the one that Yi Sang created? She saw a timeline that told her to do this for some sort of master plan. I'm highly amused that I failed to get this. I failed to get the bonus objective for this one, yet I got this one just fine with no issues. But yeah, like I said, I'll come back later when I've got a full team at Uptype 4 and a lot of other, or possibly even some stronger IDs in general. Lightning Rod.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
I believe this is going to be another battle against human enemies, so it should be fine. You're going to fight us in your state? If
자네들이 이
you seek to
실험을
disturb the
직접적으로
experiment, then it
방해하려
falls to me to
한다면
stop you.
여기까지 해서
What do you even look at to
제
gain by this, by
미움이
going this
항상
far?
그
The same
마음에
thing as
그
always.
내가
I love
들어갈 수
Catherine. I do as she wills me to, so that I
방의
may enter
주인이
her
되는
room. I dare
것까진
not wish to
바라지
become
않으니
master of it. I merely wish that she would
두려움을
let me in.
맞춘다면 그저
I wish that the sight of
그
an open
문이
door,
열리는
that little
것만
gesture, would be more than
충분할
enough.
것 같아. 지금까지 저택에
The thunder of every
내리쳤던
lightning that struck the manor was the sound of her breaking heart.
캐서린의
With every
마음이
heartbreak the
찢어질
lightning strikes, the
때마다
pain, bereavement, and
벼락이
shock are all
내리치는
manifested
거야.
as lightning, then darkness.
벼락은
Thus it indicates the person in
캐서린에게.
question was so important to her. Heathcliff, I think Nellie was right. Catherine's still alive. It wasn't exact science or anything like that, but I felt the gaze coming from somewhere in the manor. Not an aggressive gaze, but stubborn and lingering. Alright, so I suppose this guy has a legitimate reason for wanting to simp for her so bad, you know, being her husband and all, but nonetheless.
물넘고
効果的な攻撃でした
그쪽 방향이 아닐
Yeah, these butlers are not really much of a threat. Yeah. Butler Faust is really nice, but her numbers are a little low, it feels like. I guess Uptype 4 would fix some of them, though. She's definitely someone who really wants to get the sandy advantage for the purposes of winning rolls. That's for certain. Oh, come on, really, Ton? Well, whatever.
예상 못했나 봐.
Poor Dawn has had some pretty bad luck.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう
자,
私
어느
たちが
쪽일지
困る
잘
中
생각해보라고.
재밌네요.
皆さんしっかりしてください
Yeah, a little annoying, but nothing we can't handle.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
敵に対して大きな打
That was
撃
an
を与えま
effective
した
strike. Here we are.
너무 쉽군요.
敵は深手を負っています
For the record, I have looked up there's plenty of ways that you can get more people to hang out and stream, but at the same time, a lot of those are mostly for people who want to stream for a living, and I kind of like doing it as a hobby just because, well, people who feel pigeonholed or pigeonholed in one game usually get burnt out and want to play something else after a time, and that's also something I'd like to, well, at least he failed the role on the one that wasn't the clash after he already won the clash. Because as the saying goes, sometimes the best way to make something less fun is to turn it into work, and I hesitate to turn something into work. if I don't have to. Get it together, everyone. Poor Dawn. Although I suppose I can make this a little easier. Faust. Time for
이쪽으로.
heal yourself and Dawn. Everyone else, by and large, seems to be in good shape, so we need that.
깔끔하게 몰았군. 열어젖히고.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는
Bit
시대에서
of damage, bit of healing, bit of defenses that will keep Faust from getting one shot.
스스로 답을
And
구하지.
no fluid sac, but can't deny Meltdown has a bit of everything nice in it. Now all we just need is an ego of sugar and an ego of spice.
ドクターのように優れた手技ですね。
즉시 퇴거하시지요.
Well, this is going to be fairly easy, I'd wager.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가. 벌써 끝났다니.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
There we are. There we are. We are crushing it.
아무도 남지 않아.
So there isn't anyone left.
아마
Well, I
오래
won't
견디지
last much
못할
longer.
거. 이렇게 태어나.
This is how I was born, how I've lived my life.
그래.
Yeah, glad you know that.
알고
So,
있으면
why don't you just,
이제
you know,
순순히
surrender?
모든 죄를
What, admit my
인정하고
sins and surrender? Why would any of that matter to me? He looks up with a lighter expression, as though a burden has been lifted from his shoulders. This is as far as I go. With the general's voice began speaking to someone. His voice is overwhelming with intense and fervent
항상
affection.
말해왔던 것처럼
As I have told you, I have no
후회는
regrets.
없어. 그저
I merely think that we're both
우리가
walking in
같은
different
속도로
paces.
걷고 당신이
And you
항상
always
더
happen to walk
빨랐을
ahead of me.
뿐이 그래도
Yet even the sight of you from
난
behind
당신의
summoned
뒷모습을
butterflies in
보는
my
것조차
stomach.
주치의에 마땅한
This
조치가
man will die
취해지지
without immediate and
않는다면
appropriate medical attention from a professional
저자는 곧
doctor.
죽을
He's
거다.
extremely weakened.
그럼에도
Still,
개소리.
Catherine, I wish you
아주
would. I
조금이라도
wish my death
조금이.
would bring you even a trace of
내가
sorrow.
린튼이라는 아이와
Even before I
처음으로
first
눈을
laid upon that
마주치기
child,
전부터
Linton.
그 애는 나를
He was
지켜보고
watching me.
있었지. 한참을
Unable to
내게서
look
눈을
away
떼지
even for a
못한
moment.
채 그 아이는
That
부자인데다가
child is wealthy. He looks like a prince
동화책에
charming
나오는
from the fairy
왕자님
tales of my
같이
childhood.
생겼어. 그리고 나를
And he
정말
loves me
이것
so,
봐.
so much.
나를 볼
See his
때마다
eyes glimmer with the
항상
very
눈이
night
별빛처럼
sky with every second he lays them
나는
upon me.
나를 사랑하는
Dang,
린튼을
those are
사랑해.
starry eyes. I love Linton who loves me.
오직 나를
His eyes that
위해서만
twinkle for no one
반짝이는
but
그
me.
눈부신 나를 위해서만
His flaxen
흩날리는
locks and
황금빛
flow for no one but
머리채. 오직
me.
나를
His
위해서만
radiant
웃어주는
smile that
그
flashes for
빛나는
no
입.
one else but
오직
me.
나를 통해서만
Linton who finds
행복해하는
happiness
린튼.
through no one else but me. When light returned to the manor, I could finally see again. There stood Linton, wearing the brightest, happiest smile I've ever seen. The machines in the laboratory were linked to his body. Did you hear the thunder?
나로 인해
Catherine weeps for me. Catherine. He musters every strength of his body and reaches out toward the coffin. Wait, what are you?
이제
So now is the right moment to stop. I saw tears of joy rolling down his cheeks, and yet, oh dear, they were his flesh beginning to melt from his face.
나를
Even if you'll not
그게
permit me in your
방황을
chambers, it's all right.
기다리는
I will await you in the walls.
언젠가에 순수했던
Bring forth.
인간을 만드는 방법은
I say, to bring forth
단순했네.
the pure form of humanity that once existed was quite a simple task.
요리에는 죽었다
You never had
깨어나도
any
소질이
talent in the
없었던
culinary arts, he sang,
자네는
so you
모르겠지만
wouldn't understand.
어떤
Any kind of
불순물도
identity could
섞이지
safely
않은
land
반죽이
and
존재한다면
securely be applied to it,
어떤
as long as the
인격이
dough
입혀지던
is the
간에
purest form.
린튼 씨가
Oh, what
어떻게
just
된
happened
거예요?
to... Hey, what just happened to Linton?
보이지 않는다.
Can't you see he's become dough,
불순물
batter,
없는
pure
완벽한 반죽이 된 거지.
being free of
그
dregs,
무엇과
so that it would
섞여내더라도
always yield the finest
최상의
results,
결과물이
regardless
나올
of
수 있을 정도.
whatever ingredients you mix with it.
고작 저런
Boy,
살덩어리를
call that mass of flesh human?
아니요.
No, creation of a
새로운
new
인간을
human is but a
만드는 것은
stepping stone in this
그 과정일
process.
최후의
Their ultimate
목적은
goal must be go even
당신이
further
말한 저
beyond that
반죽을
dough.
넘어서
They seek to reach
그
the
전에
very
있었을
origin, the
최초의
primordial
인간이겠군요.
human. This is but a part of the process, merely an
상황은
adjustment, experiment along the way.
여기
Oh, consider so
멀쩡히
fortunate there aren't
살아있는
any other surviving
연구원이
researchers
나밖에
here
없는
than
거야. 이
myself.
말을
If Director
헤르만
Hanneman,
이사와
Herman, or
같은
any of the other higher-ups
윗분들이
heard what he said, I'm sure they'd be
듣기라도
pulling all kinds of strings to
어떻게든
get you in.
자네를 잡으려고.
어머니
Mother. Damn it. I knew that woman would be
역시 그 사람
mother. Herman is great. Oh, now that's interesting. Did he mention that? Oh, eating Joe. The
만들어진
dough,
저
being referred to
반죽이자.
as a human, I presume that would apply to any
자네들이
identity from any
인간이라
possibility, no matter how
부르는 저
distant or
존재.
irrelevant the world to that being.
그건
그래.
Yes, he's saying. I knew you'd be the
누구보다
most
이상
overjoyed to hear
자네가
about this breakthrough
기뻐할
we've
거라고
made.
생각했어. 우리는
This is the
거울
apex of what the
기술의
mirror
최극단에
technology is
있는
capable
지점에
of.
도달했어. 이제 남은
Now
건
all
그
we
너머를
have
향해
left to do
갈
is leap from the
마지막
apex and soar
도약이지.
beyond its limits. I am in Canto 6 right now. Well, we just managed to defeat the distorted Heathcliff, and as well as Linton, but it seems Asaya here has a few tricks up his sleeves left in order to ensure his experiment success.
저택에는
From what we know, there's another golden
황금가지가
bow
하나 더
located within this
존재하니
manor.
반죽이라고
This dough is part of an
지칭하는
human experiment that can only
막대한
be conducted
에너지를
with a
끌어모아야만
preposterous
시도될 수
magnitude
있는
of energy
시로
output.
에너지를
So the golden
모으기
blow
위한 황금가지는
to accumulate that energy
저택의
must be
꼭대기에
located at the
있는
rooftop of the manor.
맞아.
Correct. The golden bow
이
acts as a
저택
lightning
주변에
rod, drawing in
무자비하게
merciless strikes of
내리치는
lightning,
벼락을 모으는
then
곳이다.
harnesses it into a form of energy itself.
황금가지의 힘을
Your breath
응축하는
of knowledge is
피레침의
starting to
역할이네.
get unsettling.
이젠 조금 다 모든
Well, now that
준비는
everything's in order, I must make
끝났으니
my exit. Whoa, not so fast. I'll get you and find out everything about I need to know about what Mother is planning.
부디
Please
나를
let's not waste
잡으려는
each other's
불필요한
time
시간
by playing this
낭비는
pointless game of cat and
완벽한
mouse.
상태의 인격이
When the perfected
덧씌워질
identity is
때
applied over the dough, one such
이토록
opaque,
희뿌연
murky mist
연기가
emerges.
온 사방을
What a picturesque
덮어가지.
moment. Most apt
헤어짐을
to
하기에
bid you all farewell, is it
헤르만
not?
이사의 아들이라고
Director
했나?
Herman's son, was it?
연기
I
전쟁에
hear you are a veteran of the
참여했다지.
smoke war. Perhaps
어쩌면
it may be a familiar sight to
익숙할지도
you,
모르겠군.
if a tad different in a
그리고
few places, and you
이
sang, my dear
살아남으시길.
fellow, live, so
그래야
that I
내
may have
남은
aught to look
훗날이
forward to
그나마 기대가
in the
될
time I
테니.
have left. Interesting. Is he about to die?
훌륭한 전시회였어.
Yeah, I only joined about a month ago, so my sinners have a bit of work left. Like, as you can see here, I only have 3 uptie 4s. Everything else is basically random bullshit go that I've pulled here and there. Luckily, I did get a handful of good ones. But, not all of them are meta. What most would call meta. The Wild Hunt. Rocking that W-Core build. Are borrowing from anyone? I've been borrowing here and there a lot. Like during during Canto 5, I was borrowing yeah, like during where is he? Yeah, like during the event, I was borrowing mostly the ninja, the I was borrowing this Hong Lu, basically, since he works well with my other Heisho units. And likewise, Sinclair, the best one I have here is here. I think you're thinking of She Association Faust, because everything I've seen about her is a little, mid at best. She has some really neat ideas in her kit, but, she wants to guard frequently in a game where you want to clash to prevent the enemy from being able to actually attack you. Because if you don't, you generally take a very significant amount of damage. Yeah, Malfaust is also pretty crazy good. I did actually pull the 7 Association Faust, but I'm hesitant to build her since... Although I might still, because her only crime is that Malfaust is pretty much a direct power creep for Rupture setups. But at the same time, it's... If that's her only crime, doesn't mean she's really good. Changes she's really good. Yeah, I've heard the legends of how powerful she was so powerful she needed a nerf, and in a game like this, that really says something. A perfect identity.
누구를 말하는
What's-
걸까요?
Who is he talking about?
마침내
Seven Faust is really good for
다시
clashes.
오게죠.
Yeah, and as we can see, and I really need those clashes to go well. Although I suppose I could also up-tie 4 or Butler Faust, because that does actually give some better clashing. Some of her attacks get some improvements, is what I'm saying. It's just the up-tie 4 is the most expensive, and I can only do it for so many right now, especially when I could use basically the same amount to up-tie 3, a new ID that will get their whole kit there. Oh yeah, even with the nerf, Malfaust is still the strongest unit in the game. Pretty crazy, yeah. He's coming
모든
back.
준비를
Heathcliff now
마친.
fully primed.
그래.
Yes,
내가 다시
I have
돌아왔다.
returned. A distant world, Heathcliff.
존재
I, whose
자체로도
existence has
죄가
become
되어버린
a
내가
sin, have returned to put an end to us
끝장내겠다.
all. Josephine,
피로 먹을
you
놈이
cursed beast, infernal demon, you
저
come to
지옥에서부터
finally come to take our
온 놈의
manor, have you?
부모님.
Mistress, I shall
제가
not let this
기필코
interloper who dared stay in
우리
the honor of our
저택을
manor.
그 어떤
Every
워더링
wuthering
하이츠도
heights at the end of every things in every
마지막에
world shall become
힌들리와
mine.
린트는
Every single death in
언제나
Linton
참하게
suffers pathetic and
몸부림치며
writhing,
죽었고
and shall be an
앞으로도 그럴
immutable
테니
truth for eternity to
그러니
come. Thus,
조세phine,
Josephine, it is only right that you are mine as
나를
well.
따라야 한다.
You're bound to heed my comments. Mistress, this vagabond, I tire of her rambling. She's nothing but of your mistress. She's nothing but a rotting corpse. Her flesh decayed and bones dissipated. Josephine fell limp and motionless in his grasp.
자,
Josephine, Hindley, Linden, all their pitiful souls tangled and fettered, this cursed destiny in every world.
이
I've seen
비너블
you
운명에
far too many
얽히고
times in far too many worlds.
죽어서도
I shall
워더링
take you away from
하이츠에
here, your pitiful
벗어날 수
souls
없는
bound to wuthering
불쌍한
heights
너희
even in death.
모두를
The husks of the dead, Pekatul, Hindleys, Josephines all began to materialize and rise. They form a procession. The countless bodies, husks wailing in their wake, all join the march.
마지막 장을 향해 가볼까?
My understanding is that the fake Heathcliff I beat earlier is the toughest of the chapter, but that doesn't mean that these are going to be easy. Thus approaches the final chapter of our tale. The other Heathcliff stands in the vanguard of the march, and lifts Catherine's coffin to his back.
개소리인데
We
함부로!
can't do that to Catherine.
그래.
Fine, I suppose we shall play a game. It's been a
오랜만에
while, hasn't
너희들의
it?
개소리인가
Remember, we used to
둘이서
play
놀곤
games with
했던
Catherine
그
on the rooftop of this
옥상에서
manor, so why not reminisce from
다시
memory?
옛날의 추억을 곱씹어 보자고. 함께하고
If we should join us,
싶다면.
pursue me and rise the stairwell until your strength fails, Heathcliff. He takes a step forward to seize him, but the endless march stands in the way.
하지만
Oh, but it won't be easy, nor should it be. Your heart towards Catherine shouldn't be realized so painlessly. You must suffer more, let desperation consume you, become frenzied in your pursuit. The roof. Indeed, the roof is what houses the golden bow. When the two golden bows come into physical contact with one another, I can think of 1,000 different outcomes.
캐서린을 데려가서
I don't know what he's planning to do with Catherine, but we have to stop him. We have to.
앞으로도 뒤로도
Our retreat's been cut off. There's no way forward, no way back. Are they in? Are these all the Hindley, Lintons, and Josephines from other
무작위
worlds?
세계에서
They appear to be
불러와진
imperfect identities, summoned from
불완전한
worlds
것들을
chosen at
수정합니다.
random. It is the fate of that awaits all those who become thralls to
저
that particular
히스클리프의
Heathcliff.
종속된 말로 드리기도 하죠. 어느
A
거울 세계에
phenomenon which a
있을
mirror world
히스클리프를
entity wreaks
죽이고자
havoc across the dimension in
차원을
pursuit of
휘젓고다니는
Heathcliff. In other
하늘의
words, the
형상.
Wild Hunt. So he's not a
Wild
fae, like I thought when I heard the Wild Hunt title.
의식되네요.
I'm not sure if I should be disappointed at that or relieved. I'm not even joking. A while ago I played like 3 games where Britain was destroyed because it was taken over by fairy creatures. And as a fae adjacent, yeah, there's a reason you don't want them running Britain.
백귀야 행
Like the nocturnal march of 100 demons. So there's no end to
이들을
them?
불러왔으며
He is the conduit that
그
brought them to this
군세를
world.
이끌어가는 모습.
He leads his army as his
마치
vanguard,
마왕과
as the Oak, or the
그
Earl King.
마왕의 명이
This army will never
거둬질
stop until the
생겨날
Earl King's
것입니다.
orders are withdrawn.
꿈이
The brutal tempest
몰아치고.
descends. Hindley of the Wild Hunt.
이쪽으로
I'm not too worried about you guys, to be very honest. But I have a feeling it's going to force me to bring Heathcliff again very soon, which is going to be a little disappointing. I think he's not that I don't like him, I think just that I don't have any good IDs for him. The best one I have is the Queequeg ID, which, to my understanding, is good if you have the right team for him. But I do not have the team. Like, I do not have Captain Ishmael, who is needed for that. Oh, I had to borrow Wild Hunt Heathcliff to beat the current unknown Heathcliff. Yeah, my strategy that ended up actually working was using Butler Faust and Wild Hunt Heathcliff to cut the enemy's sanity down so that he wouldn't constantly be maxed at all times, while at the same time using Faust's base ID in order to keep our team's sanity at a reasonable amount, because he was dropping it like a rock. Yeah, I've noticed that all bosses have special dialogue if you bring in an ID of their faction. Multi-crack Heathcliff isn't too bad, though. Rough agility. Yeah, he's the main thing I want to buy from the event, but like I said, I can't even do the event until I beat this Canto and all the Intervalos after it. My understanding is there's going to be 2, so it's going to be a bit before I can actually do the event. Serious question, do all the events require you to basically be completely caught up with the story in order to do them? Because if so, then that might be a bit frustrating. I was hoping to take a bit of a break after this one, get the team a bit more in better shape, especially from the Walpurgis Night.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 바람 불어오는데요. 제발
Using a currency for completion of levels and MD. Yeah, but remember, I was stuck on the fake Heathcliff for a while, so I could not get any currency except for from my weekly runs of the Mirror Dungeon. Walpurgis after this event. Yeah, that's what I mean. I was hoping to get enough done to do the event, farm the event stuff, and then so that once Walpurgis Night comes, I can just build the yeah, we're not in too bad of shape. To build up some new of the limited units there. Most of the events take place after this Canto. Mirror Dungeon Hard Mode. For the record, I have not unlocked Mirror Dungeon Hard Mode yet because I'm not far enough in the game. I have to complete more of it before I can do that. Likewise, despite the game mentioning Refraction Railway at several points, I have absolutely no access to... yeah, the 210 event currency I have right now is from the Mirror Dungeon there. Yeah, I have no idea what the Refraction Railroad everyone keeps talking about. It's just a boss rush thing. Seems kind of neat, although it's my understanding I have to beat Canto 7 before I unlock that, so it's going to be a bit. Like, don't get me wrong, I do wish I had tried the game sooner, because I'm have to do a lot of catch-up in a short period of time just to do the event I came for, the Arknights one. And now I have to do a bit more to unlock more of these events, but... it's definitely been a fun ride, I'll tell you that much. That's why I stopped mentioning that Arknights player playing Limbus for the first time, because, well, technically I still am. It's just that, I'm now enjoying the game on its own merits, so rest assured I'm not one of the people who joined, got all of the Arknights egos, and then left. I definitely want to see where it's all going. Well, the problem with doing that is that would mean not using an Arknight's ego, and I'm afraid that is non-negotiable, my friend. But yeah, I'm aware how powerful... yeah, make no mistake, I'm fully aware of how powerful Fluid Sac is, and by extension, that it's so powerful, most boss fights in the game are designed assuming you have it, because it's just that universally powerful and that universally used. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, the Arknight's ego is a bit more offense. It's got a bit of everything, so it's not like it's weak. It's just that it's a bit more offense and defense, since it gives her a bit of a shield, while also dealing a bit better damage. Technically speaking, I could also make it work with the 7 Association Faust just fine. It's not hard for me to get the resources for it. Yeah, it's not hard for me to get the resources for it. Where are the sinners here? Yeah, I could use it with 7 Association Faust because she also inflicts a good amount of, well, once I upgrade her, she'll give a good amount of rupture. And that's plus I have the Heisho here bring a lot of rupture of their own, as well as a decent amount of gluttony energy to fuel it, so I definitely could get that working. The only reason I have her as Wuthering Heights right now is because, well, I needed some wrath energy, but now I've got a bit more wrath from other teammates, so I can go ahead and use them to fuel Gregor's ego here. Because yeah, as you can see, it requires a bit of wrath energy, which I didn't have for quite a while. Rupture because of assist defense. Oh yeah, that's also pretty good. I did during the fight with the first fight with the Earl King there, I did actually try borrowing her a few times to try and prevent damage from going out to Heathcliff, since I noticed if he fails to deal damage to Heathcliff, he gets a lot of penalties. My understanding is that Gregor's ego that sucks is the Heart of Thorns one, not the Arknight's one. Oh, the sucks. Yeah, I've heard that not everyone got as lucky as I did. Unfortunately, I have played a number of gachas, and this is, make no mistake, this is definitely still the most generous one, but I can understand why it's so frustrating for the people who play this game to not have access to here. Hong Lu's playing to get Lord Lu. Managed to have all four, though the hardest was Ego. Faust. Also, Greg's Thorns is good for mass healing. Yeah, I've seen a number of healing egos that are in the game. It's just that Fluid Sac is one of those, well, a lot of gachas have a similar thing to Limbus Company here, where the first ones that come out are usually going to be ridiculously powerful or ridiculously useless. Because for some reason, devs don't seem to understand how their own game works for a while. Don't have a single good Gregor ID, just the Rose Spinner. I happened to get a bit lucky and got Heisho Gregor for her relatively early on. He's not perfect to use with Unbrilliant Glory, but he is very self-sufficient, and he's got a good amount of offensive defense, which is good because, as you can see, I'm kind of random bullshit go with whatever 3 stars I got. Although, for the record, I did pick Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu here from the new manager free launch 3-star ticket. He was the best. I felt he was the best one from there. A friend gave me a list of the ones he said were the best one, and I thought, yeah, Hong Lu's probably gonna be the play, and I don't regret that. It's actually been genuinely a lot of fun. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, Ishmael is now one of my favorites thanks to the last Canto, but as you can see, I have nothing good for her at all. I don't think even this one. Does she inflict sinking with this? I guess I could try for her if I want a sinking team, but yeah, the best one I have is probably the Edgar Fountain, and even that one came relatively recently because it was one of the last polls I did on the, what's it called? On the Arknight's banner. Hello, random guy. Air Gregor had him back then. I'm told Priest Gregor is definitely the best for that, but I quickly found out that I can't buy ones from the immediate last season. I'll have to wait until the season rolls over in December. I think it's scheduled to be right now. So unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes. Gamble. Indeed. I've gambled. Let's see here. More Wild Hunt. Oh, looks like this is just gonna be a battle. Heathcliff was heavily wounded. Looks as though he could hardly stand, let alone wield a weapon. Drop an F-bombs. The club clattered to the floor and rolled away as last of his strength left him. For the record, I have no problem with swearing. I just find it funny when a character swears like a sailor like Heathcliff does. When I left this matter of my own volition, I promised myself I'd return a changed man. So I could at least stand proud for Catherine, so that she wouldn't be embarrassed to me, but look at me, I couldn't protect her in the end. I can't even get her to hold my weapons like an idiot. Heathcliff, I know. Oh, I know that I don't. I know that I don't have anything to show for my lot. I ain't educated, I got a short fuse and a brutish personality. Tell me, Clockhead. No. Manager. This endless overwhelming flood. Is this what it's like to face my sins?
저도
Was my life
계속
so wretched
몰려오면
that I deserve to suffer this endless
내가
swarm
잘못
of
살아온 거냐?
sins? Yeah, since my team is just so slapdash right now, I need to mostly think about what I want to go with. But it does look like I mostly could go with either Tremor or Rupture. Possibly even a mix, depending on how I wanted to go about it. So that's definitely something I need to keep in mind. And especially since I already know that Don Quixote has to be the next Canto. Rest assured that one wasn't directly spoiled to me, but hey, anything, it's simply process of elimination, because when my new account better than old account, like how the old account had more lunacy, but the new account has more than 0 IDs. I will say that while the new player onboarding was a bit tricky in terms of figuring out the damage system, I think I mentioned before that I had to have a friend coach me through on top of asking for advice here and there, but the new manager's login stuff really was a huge help. Even stuff like the free 3-star ID, which again I got the Honglu with, has been a massive assistance. And it's a lot. Plus, he's a lot of fun. Having him attack twice if he manages to score a kill is kind of nice. But yeah, for now, I'm saving up all my lunacy and pull tickets and all that, specifically for Walpurgis Night to see what's happening. A friend of mine said I'd probably like Magical Girl Dawn, and looking at that kit, yeah, wow, gonna be amazing. Although I do like T-Corp Dawn that I'm using right now. I might still up tie for this one just because she's such a nice tank and the Tremor interaction is quite fun to play with them. What's my luck? That can't be true. I wanted to believe that can't be true. That with the will and determination to go on, the mist this once seemed impenetrable will one day part. We'll see the light at the end. That every struggle he endured, every lesson he's learned, couldn't have been for nothing. So please don't doubt the path I'm showing you. But there's more of them. They number greater than the last. But when I've led you such absolute darkness without a hint of light, what should I... When even I'm starting to feel lost, what should I do? That's the problem with leadership. Everyone's gonna... When they're in trouble, they need to... Thumb salt. Yeah, a friend of mine is a favorite combo right now is Thumb Salt and Thumb Claire. I can technically go either way. I've been waiting to build Tremor team up, so either way is good. Manager Don can use some support as well, don't know yet. Yeah. Mostly I'm keeping an eye out for Full Stop Honglu because that one is the easiest one to fuel his Link, the Arc Knight's ego he's got, and of course I'm gonna want that. But I can't sit here and say I'm not having a lot of fun with the Ting Tang Gang leader. I am absolutely no regrets picking him up. Dreams but zero lunacy. Also, ever since I maxed out the battle pass, I noticed I'm getting a lot of those, what it's called. I'm getting a lot of those Sinner Shard boxes. Yeah, crates. I've actually got about 150 now, which is quite nice. If I get lucky, I could get potential. If as long as there's an average is 2 each, I could get almost enough for any sinner I wanted. But this also means I have to be very choosy about which ones I actually buy, which is another reason I'm waiting for the Walpurgis, because whatever I get from there will probably determine what my next few projects will be, and by extension, what kind of team I'll want to make. Radion's on the best issue. If I go with Tremor team, I actually was considering T-Corp Radia. Because the T-Corp ones have a lot of really neat Tremor stuff they do. Of course, I do actually have all three of the current middle IDs. So I already have Sinclair built since he was my best Sinclair ID. But I do have Middle Merceau and Middle Dawn. The only thing is that my understanding is the middle IDs are generally considered a bit mid if you're not specifically building for them. So it's definitely something I have to consider. You're gonna get a lot of sharding, but trying to use it before the season ends. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Yeah, rest assured I'm aware of that I need to be spending them before the ID ends. Like I said, I'm just waiting for the Walpurgis Night to see what if I want to shard anything from there. The 2 stars may be a concept they're banning, but at least it's nice to know that a decent amount of the 2 stars that currently exist are quite good. I'm definitely gonna try and shard something. My understanding is that the next season is going to come in at the end of December, so that's probably when we'll be getting the next Canto, the Ryoshu one. Yeah, when I first joined, it directly told me that the current Canto 8 going on right now is Honglu's. I believe the schedule directly says that Canto 9 is Ryoshu's, and since I know what, of course, Canto 1 through 6 is by process of elimination, I know that Canto 7 has to be Dawn's because I knew Dawn has one. There we are. Some the energy should be good. Schedule, I think the story itself will play their Canto next. Well, unfortunately, as you've noticed, I'm still in Canto 6, so I'm afraid I can't use story stuff to figure it out. But the schedule does explain a few stuff so that people can properly prepare. Bit of a spoiler, perhaps, but, well, like you said, the game makes it clear which Canto is coming up, so maybe it's there they don't pretend, ooh, it could be anyone, possibly even the Ryoshu it's been talking a lot about for whatever reason. I will admit I'm tempted to get W Corp Heath just so I have a good Heath ID, but at the same time, well, like I said, Walpurgis is coming up, and if I get W Corp Heath or, not W Corp, Full Stop Heath or Honglu, I can simply shard the opposite one. I've been told that W Corp Heath is genuinely really great. He doesn't really support the other W Corps, but he's definitely self-sufficient, and that probably works well for me, given right now my units are primarily working on self-sufficiency rather than... I don't have much good teamwork now. I probably got as much teamwork here as the Sinners actually do. These good self-charging can provide a unique bang of charge every single. I think most of the W Corp ones do that. Like my W Corp Ryoshu here does have a bench passive that gives charge to units in the field freely, even though she's not really intended as the main support. She can do it. It does definitely seem like you want to have, whenever you're making a team, you usually want to have them from the same faction, unless you're going for something specific. Like if I went with Tremor, I would definitely want T-Corp, but I do have these Haisho guys that also do Tremor, so I could do that.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요.
There we are. Victory. Sinners not directly participating will provide aid with support passive. Yeah, that's also something I appreciate about this game, that even your benched allies can provide something useful. So you want to make sure everyone's at least up type 3.
조금 모자람이 있군요. 보완하겠습니다.
Uninvited guest has been taken care of. Oh my, did I really fail that badly? Huh. Well, again, I can worry about coming back here once I am in need of... Oh, this is pure fighting. I can worry about coming back here later.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
When I have everyone up type 4, and thus everyone's a lot better. My mistake. He's gonna get all 3 type things going on. Self-charge, charge barrier, and then charge conversion to damage. Yeah, pretty good stuff, I think.
예상 못했나 봐.
Add defensive skill that guarantees turn.
단테님 봤어요?
Yeah, I've
너무
tried to
쉽군요.
use him a few times. I quickly learned, okay, the defensive skill is a little risky. Wow, 7 HP. Really? You couldn't finish him? I mean, we don't need that many people on there. Actually, yeah, do it this way. Yeah, offset that, if you please. I can't offset a counter, but I can offset a guard.
너무 쉽군요.
Ooh, that was a close one. Close clashes can be exciting, but they're also quite tense and nerve-wracking.
これが必要な戦いであれば
If the fight is unavoidable.
내가 눈에
Win rate time.
새겨주지.
Oh my. I thought I selected win rate. Speaking of Dawn, I have been told that if I like 2 stars, the Lantern one from Rotargus is pretty good too. I did look her up, and she seemed a bit tanky, but with a self-heal. It isn't half bad. But again, I should probably start worrying a bit more later.
봤어요?
Oh, nice, a stagger.
그쪽으로.
But yeah, I can worry about. I figure I can worry about building up teams a little bit later. At the end of the day, I need to make sure I get a. I'm at the point where I should probably be having at least a coherent team strategy.
너무 쉽군요. 운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Sheesh, these things are beefy. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be getting any bonus sanity out of all this, but at least, unlike the Archites one, this one I can come back later whenever I feel like it. Tank and lots of self-healing, plus the defense is aggro creation. Yeah, seems pretty useful.
그쪽 방향 아닐 텐데.
There's definitely a choice between looking forward to ones I might want to pick up later or working with ones I have now.
자, 어느 쪽일지
Like the main reason I'm not building the full middle team is they, my understanding is they're kind of missing a key playmaker that makes them ideal. They do want a lot of envy energy, but I do have plenty of those. Oh wow, that one really tore poor Faust apart.
재밌네요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
We don't need all of you focused on exactly one enemy. Cutting you down to exactly one might not be a bad idea. I will do this to guarantee those 2 die. The 2 staggered ones die. There we are.
敵は深手を負っています
Turn 8.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, come on, Dawn. There we are. I knew you could do it, Dawn.
단테님 봤어요?
Come on, that really did not die to that.
とても効果的でしたリンバスカンパニーの皆さんこの勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
Yeah, this should be good.
내가 눈에
3 on
새겨주지.
each should theoretically kill it before we reach 10 turns, which should get us the EX bonus there.
코네는 단정하지 않군요.
Oh, it's always nice to have unbreakable coins.
맘
効果的な攻撃でした。
There we are. We managed to beat it within 10 turns. Those were surprisingly beefy, but we got them.
어라, 언제 다 해치웠담? 이제 가도 되죠?
I probably should be, you guys are probably right. I should have been borrowing W Corp stuff a bit more, largely so that I could finally, so that I could get some more of the event rewards from this. Alright, welcome to the stream. And yeah, if you're not going around here, he was the one who recommended this game to me, and he did in fact recommend that I'd probably love Magical Girl Dawn. Interesting, it just says clear stage, it doesn't say fixed member needed. Actually, no, we'll go with this one.
컨제스천 클리닝 아머 장비 장.
정리
Alright, let's
시간.
see how the new Heathcliff fares. Linton of the Wild Hunt. Time to generate our resources and get a lot going here. Minimum damage rolls. How synchrony. I do like the W Corp IDs. I mean, I'm not sure if I want to pull for more of them. Then again, I probably wouldn't regret if I did. Like, even just here, as mentioned, Ryoshu does actually grant allies his charge, especially whenever a target dies. Holy crap. Hold on. Alright, let's do it this way.
눈에 새겨주지.
Google Translate says that person is mentioning the W Corp ones are with each other. Yeah, let's. Oh darn it! Poor Gregor. Slothful press.
해보겠네.
Slice and dice. Ryoshu gave a poor first impression, but I couldn't help but notice that she does typically question mark on the number of rounds. There is. Let's find out. Turn 4. Wave 1 out of question mark. Huh. There could be a boss at the end then. We have to be careful. Oh, that Heathcliff doesn't have the default for the base one. I do actually like the base egos a lot, even if purely because they cannot corrode, so even in an emergency, they can be relied upon. Oh wow, I'm really lacking in the gluttony energy. I need to develop more, get more of that going so that I can, yeah. Silly me, I should not have win rate buttoned that hard. Well, I'm sure you've got a good reason for it. I'm just, I can't exactly trust my own knowledge of this game. Favored, neutral. Favored. Struggling. Really? Well, an A-res should be what I need here, I think. Gluttony A-res, that should be good. Wow, your Heathcliff is really good, actually. Granted, it does help my Ryoshi was helping him generate charge, and that is quite beneficial. Damage time. Turn 6 only. Just missing, which I'm gonna shard at some point. Makes sense. I was told to focus on IDs over egos, but not to hesitate sharding a particular ego if it was a favorite for whatever reason. Like if I was particularly craving Fox Girl, pull Otis for whatever reason, by all means. Cute, but I'd have to think about it. Right now I have the egos I care about most, so I'm slowly trying to get IDs that benefit them in particular. Even with Faust, like I said, 7 Association Faust actually does work rather well with, it even generates all but one of the elements required, and it's honestly not difficult, especially as long as T-Corp Dawn is in my party, because Dawn generates a lot of sloth energy. Dominating, that's fine. Struggling, yeah. Maybe I should do it this way. Actually, no. Ugh. Actually, we're playing sloth, so more gluttony. Hopeless, oh dear. There we are. This should help. Get the team's sanity up a little more, Faust, if you please. That counter is very painful. Wow, I did not expect it to hurt that much, actually. Yeah, even Faust's default ego is just really nice. Wow, that's actually really good damage there. Wow, Erupting Wrath is really painful. Did we just lose Dawn? Oh no, we didn't, but staggering. We could very easily lose her next turn. We lost someone, though, that's for sure. Oh, I don't need to do that, actually. I think this might be the best for the resonance. So let's do it this way. Yeah, I should have no trouble winning this fight even if I lose 1 or 2 more people. Heartbroken. Alright, let's do it this way. Favored, huh? How about we, don't risk it? Faust is probably gonna lose that, but should be fine as long as I can get this going here. Here we are. Now let's check out other needs. What do you think the ideal is? Binds. Let's see this in action then. I am bound to reign atop the solitary throne. Oh, nice. Go, Dawn. You got it. This next one should kill if I win it, but that might be a big if. Ugh. Yeah, Faust is losing that, unfortunately. Oh dear. Hopeless, oh my. Well, let's see here. Well, this looks like this goes on to him purely rather than any of our allies, which I guess makes sense. Most of them are dead now, so... Ooh, but I guess if it fails, that doesn't matter now, does it? Oh, it still goes off. Execute command meltdown. Let's go. Alright, I think as long as I win this, I can flash, I win the fight. There we go. Wave 3. Oh, wow. The entire team is dead. I'm not sure if I can win like this. You'll make a fine gift. Yeah, I can't win anymore. Not if they're giving as many attacks as they damn well please.
여기서 중착인가?
끔찍하군. 아니지. 강등되면
Oh crap, and look at this. We're not even halfway through, are we? I mean, for halfway through Act 3. Well, that said, I will say it's not nearly as poorly poorly paced. It doesn't feel like it's dragged on at any point. So it's not like Canto 4 where I could barely where it felt like it was 3 separate stories set in there, and also there was like 5 battles of no story in a row at one point. I guess they wanted to get everyone to feel like they were getting their money's worth out of the deal, but... This is the key to the fight, though. It's pretty good if you can manage to get through it. Yeah, I think the issue here is I don't have enough people who generate the resources I need. There are a few ways I can do this. I could just stick to my default Heathcliff and instead borrow Mao Faust. I'm shocked that there's someone on Earth still using Command Meltdown after the event ended, but I appreciate it. This does mean I'm basically just stuck with the default ego, but honestly I think that's fine. I leveled him up to max just in case of something like this. The only thing is I don't know if I have enough gluttony energy generation with this, because I guess as long as Dawn has some, we should be fine. That Mao Faust pose really does look like a 2B-esque pose. Not gonna lie, things aren't looking good, my friend. And now that I know how I want to do this, pride is nice. No, I do need pride as well, so you know what, we'll do it this way. Actually, why are we going towards this guy? That's fine. I don't know why we're attacking into the ones guarding. We should probably get rid of the bigger threats, in my opinion. No dominating? Yeah, that's dominating. Favored. Dominating, yeah, let's go with the dominating where possible. I do need to generate especially a good amount of stuff. At least the good news is all this stuff here means I have plenty of time to charge up and get ready with my, I can get as many resources for Command Meltdown as needed. It'll keep Faust alive, as well as, keep her and others healed. And since she's specifically built to be taking hits, yeah, I can see why Command Meltdown goes so well with her. And that's probably why that person was using Command Meltdown instead of the meta option. Yeah, I appreciate your effort, fellas, but we don't need 4 people attacking there. Dominating. Better, so we'll do it this way. Actually, Dawn, yeah, let's put 2 on that one just to make sure they die. Because I do not want to have to deal with more attacks later. But getting the resources ready should be helpful, I think. Excellent, that's 1 down. I'm not in too big of a rush if I have to, but... Dominating favored. Yeah, I think that's fine. Probably be more careful about using her skill 3 since I don't have the charge energy for it. She eats her own HP to make sure it happens. But I think that should be fine for now. Actually, let's prepare Brilliant Glory, because let's just say I have a feeling that I'll have plenty of time to charge it before the end. I do like the ones that give their little cut-ins when they perform their attack. The skill 3s usually
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지
the absence of
벌써 끝났다는
let's change this to slot. Actually, you know, I don't need this many people targeting, so, you know what, let's get some more pride energy here as well. Yeah, I don't need that many people on a single target, so we'll do it this way. Dominating.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Oh, come on, how'd that not kill? Well, whatever. Yeah, let's try and get more,
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
pull out. Alright, that's one wave down. Struggling. Ugh. Will Heathcliff a better chance? Not really, but maybe it'll be in his best interest to do that. Actually, no, I can afford this, so why not?
먼저 간다.
That way I can guarantee almost be much more likely to win all the clashes and thus reduce the damage taken. Because if I don't take too much damage on this wave fight, it'll be significantly easier to work on the later ones. Go, Dawn. You can do it, Dawn. Don't give up. Oh, Dawn.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
개소리들 만나야 해.
And everything that stands in my way. His voice line changed. There we are. I think I'd rather get some spare pride energy. There we are.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I need as much gluttony energy as I can. Command Meltdown absolutely relies on it. Do it this way then.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 여정 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Here we go, it's down. Next up, next wave. Now, we actually have everyone alive this time. That's very good. Looks like everyone's in good shape, so I think we should be fine there.
막아내지 못하리.
And don't think I'm under any illusion that this will be the last fight. No, no, no. There's definitely going to be a wave after this. There might even be two. So I need to make sure I have the resources I need generated. This stagger is going to be a real problem. Ooh, but A-res. Hopeless. Well, I have no way to make it a bit better. Haha.
해보겠네.
The gluttony A resonance should help us out.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
Heathcliff really took a beating there. Here we go.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 여정
A bit more healing
멈추지
should
않는
help here.
시대에서 희망과 미래를
More
찾아
importantly, this should deal a nice damage to a group.
부활시켜
So now I can start melting them all down. Oh, come on. How'd you fail that? And now he's staggered? No, he's not staggered yet, but he was close. How are we losing all these? We're also taking 11 billion damage. What the hell? Come on, how did that not? Dominating, this should help.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
Faust, you know what to
모든
do.
결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Keep everyone's sanity up. Maybe I should have even used this earlier in the fight. Then again, there is just pure RNG luck at this point. Panicking.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Man.
틈틈
They're still staggered? Are you kidding me? How do you get staggered 2 turns in a row? Not even my gluttony energy I can spend on these.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Come on. There we are. Dust. Oh wait, do I lose if Heathcliff dies this fight too? Oh, that's a problem.
개소리들 만나야
Here we
해.
are. I was gonna tell you about Greg Eagle.
돈 전부.
Right.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, that's right. So Brilliant Glory is at full charge now. Oh dear, but that's probably an issue, isn't it?
거긴 오는구만.
Unopposed, are you serious? If you're gonna go unopposed, at least go for that one. Not much I can do about it at this point. Just gotta keep going. I know that for a fact I'm gonna die in the fight after this one, so that's a bit of a problem. That's over. How are they all still alive? Damn it. Is my damage really that awful? Because apparently it is. I just can't deal any damage to anyone here. Although I do notice Heathcliff actually seems to be unable to die while the others are here, like with Ishmael had, which I'm gonna have to lean into very hard. Oh, and he's still struggling even with body bag? Ugh, that's awful. Come on, how is he still alive after all that? Come on, Dawn. Dawn! This is weird. Oh, shoot. Look how hard it's... Are we really losing all... Come on, how is he still alive after freaking Ryoshu did that? I might want this for the attack weight, because that's a lot of damage to multiple enemies. So we'll do it this way. Alright, this should take out, if I'm lucky, this will take out 2. If not, I might have lost. And yes, I know there's still that big fight at the end. Phew. As long as we're focusing on Heathcliff, who, as far as I can tell, literally cannot die right now, we're in good shape, I think. That's another one down. Oh, come on, are you serious? How the hell are these idiots still alive? I really am gonna have to do this just for the attack weight, because I really need to get rid of these, and it needs to happen yesterday. That's one dead. Good. He doesn't get a second attack anymore. Sometimes just spamming AoE can be helpful, apparently. He's down. Big guy's down. How the hell are you still alive? 34 HP, are you kidding me? Yep. Oh wait, this is wave 3. I thought this was wave 4. Yeah, how is this not wave 4? I need the energy. I'm gonna have to risk it. Unfortunate. Yeah, this should be wave 4. It's not wave 3. Yeah, if he gets a guaranteed counterattack, then she's dead. Unfortunate. I just don't have any gluttony energy for any healing. Nor do I have any
그가
lust energy for Heathcliff.
막아내지 못하리.
물 넘고
Yeah.
꺾고 제쳐라.
I'm starting to see what it would. As I mentioned earlier a few times, in fact, I've been told that the game is in fact balanced, assuming you're using fluid stacks, since it's just so universally powerful and universally accepted. So, oh come on! It was impossible to win that from the start. Well, he doesn't have as much damage as he wants. He won't die yet.
접질렀나?
What the?
길이 보이지
When you
않을
lose sight of your
때
path, when you no longer
어디로
know which
어떻게
road to take.
나아가야 할지 모를 때
Huh.
별에서 길잡이가 있는
The guide
겁니다.
shall show you the way.
단테.
Dante. Wow. Virgilus?
뭐야? 혹시
Wow, I'm
나 혼자
seeing
헛것 보는 거
things.
아니지?
Guys, is it just me, or is that? That was the very same Virgilus who's never once seemed to care about what happened to us. Never once took part in our journey, wading through the wild hunt into the basement. Sir Virgilus, the most illustrious color. My deepest apologies for my alertness is not as keen as enough is. Could this be a dream? Is it truly thee? I pinched thy cheek to ascertain. Has been really finally useful.
아직까지
Sounds like you've got enough
살만한가 보군.
energy to flap your gums. Ooh, fighting words, forsooth, our very own color has arrived indeed.
우리 특색 나리가 맞는 모양이야.
And you know it's a big deal when the main theme of the chapter is playing. We don't know how powerful he is. Unobservable. Completely heated puncture, scorching incision, following flow, open the path, silence. Unobservable.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Given his contract says he's not allowed to help us, that is something very interesting. Heated puncture. Well, I'm not gonna ask any questions. We're not in a position where we can ascertain anything what Virgil's thinking. All we can do is we have the advantage. We must press forward.
해보겠네.
Holy balls! Feels nice to have one of these incredible bosses on our side for once. Oh, Faust says she. That.
왜온
Well,
거야?
why are you here?
아니,
I mean, I'm not saying you
뭔가
shouldn't, but
잘못되었다는
still. I simply could not
도저히
bear to walk
지나칠
past
수
this
없을 정도로
familiar sensation emanating from
아래에서부터
under the manor.
익숙한 것들이 느껴지더군. 껍데기들의 짙은
Yeah, there's definitely been a
냄새와
few big ones. Like if I hadn't been half asleep and I didn't go, who is this guy again? I would have realized, wait, how is Heathcliff fighting himself? The stench of husks and the terrible wailings. Virgilus gazed at the destroyed laboratory and the march of the wild hunt and collected assurance. Virgilus gazes at the destroyed laboratory and the march of the wild hunt and collected assured silence. Although I couldn't know everything about the path he walked, I could see the smallest glimpse of it.
하지만 당신
But how about
지금까지는
you
한 번도-
never
관여한 적은 없었다.
involve myself?
그래서
No, I haven't. And if we're honest, I shouldn't have. But it's pointless to waste your time on those whose path has ended. Those paths ended? You mean the Pekatula?
그래.
Yes.
제아실에서
I will handle
생겨난
this
모든
wild hunt and the
죄종들과
Pekatula born from the basement.
하지만
But there's
끊임없이
quite literally no end to them.
계속해서
Can you
생겨나고
handle it? But there's no shape to we're in no shape to deny his help out of worry. Sinclair barely stops himself. He couldn't bring himself to finish. Yet Virgil understood the meaning of the sentence. Yes.
그러니까
That is why I'm
내가
handling
처리한다는
this.
뜻이다.
He will not lose. He has an ego of his own. Of course, I don't know why I didn't realize he would. Virgilus. It's either an ego or an ID of his own, but either way, I guess I can't be surprised. We had the company has the technology. Of course, he can freely use it if he wants. Oh man. The only reason he's that powerful is because of dad's strength. I suppose he does kind of have that energy. The slow crawl, yeah. Feels nice having that having the enemies have to deal with that for once rather than us. Like I said, you know it's a good fight when they're using a remix of the chapter theme they're doing. Yeah, look at everyone. He gave everyone so many shields, it isn't possible for them to die anymore.
먼저 간다.
We don't even know what these moves are. Of course, I am fully aware that the way this game goes, it's not impossible we might have to face Virgilus eventually. I'd rather not, but I suppose that's a bridge best crossed when we come to it. For now, I'm glad he's on our side. Oh yeah, so it is in fact an ego. That's nice. Faust is looking at Virgilus with an inscrutable expression.
알고 있다.
Yes, I am aware.
아마 계약
I won't be
조건 중
receiving
일부는
everything I wanted from the
포기하게
contract. I'll have to forego my
내
avarice,
욕심을
make
내려놓고
compromises, or even
타협하거나
give up a few clauses. I
포기해야
suppose I'll also be
하기도 할
summoned to
거고.
some more bothersome
귀찮은
meetings.
그럼에도 불구하고
Yet I was compelled to come
나는
here
이곳에 올
nonetheless.
수밖에 없어. 아주
So much for
오랜만에
my determination to follow the great
거대한
flow.
흐름이란 걸
But I simply could not
따라가보고자
permit this
했더니
stench, this sight to exist any longer.
큰
Even if it meant I
흐름을
must
거스르는 한이
swim
있더라고. 이
against the
냄새와
flow.
풍경만큼은 허용할 수가 없더군.
알겠습니다.
Very well. I see. So by doing this, he's making a personal sacrifice. But he's doing all that with a knife or gladius. I find it kind of funny. He's laying mass down the same thing. You file a fish. Yeah. Interesting. So basically, it sounds like the experiments going on here were apparently so awful that even Virgilus couldn't stay away, especially since the wild hunt was bringing them through here as well.
이봐,
Boy,
같은
I
식구를
don't
뒤에
do
내버려두고
shy like
먼저
leaving a
가버리는
family
집단이
behind. At least not
평소에
usually. You're awfully
평소에
talkative today.
돈
Whatever
많은
happened to
것도
following
하고
orders without questions? But
오늘따라
notice he's
이게
saying it
왜
with his
생각해?
cheeky smile and not. And notice how he's doing with his cheeky smile and not with his angry eyes. Remember when it said clear stage question mark?
보다시피
As you can see, I'm not so
이놈이
weak you must concern yourself with my
머뭇거리는
well-being
나는
when there are much more
약하지
pressing
않아.
concerns. Besides, I
그리고
know a
이것들을
much
더
more effective
효율적으로
way of
해치우는 법에
taking care of them.
그리고
And he looked down at the sword in his hand. I once left this weapon in the
돌려줘야 했을
care of a
녀석은
kid I knew. When I
보이지
returned, he who should have returned with this weapon in my hands was no
빌려준
more.
이
The blade was
무기만이
all that remained, abandoned on the
바닥을
ground.
내리고 있던 때가
He's referring to the events of the comic, isn't he?
글라디우스.
Gladius. My wish is that no one will ever have to understand the meaning of that sight. The endless onslaught of the wild hunt swarmed towards Virgilus. Family. A word I've not heard in such a long time. What a blood-drenched word it is. Blood poured from his head like a sweat and tears, seeping through the crown dug under his skin. And the mantle began to ripple into existence once again. Yeah, I did thumb through that a while, but it was a while ago. I see. Mantle of blood. Let's leave this to Virgilus. We have to keep moving. Yeah, we do not have to worry about him, I can assure you. Not with that stuff going on.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데
Yeah, I think Malfaust was the call there.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Wow, this one's really long. It says 48 total, so I've still got a long ways to go. Oh, you idiots. I'm perfectly fine spending some more cubes to get through this. I'll inform bringing W Corp Heathcliff here to get some more bonuses.
징수하겠네.
Yeah, I'm glad I thumbed through the comic then, since I wasn't expecting it to become relevant. I thought it would just give a bit more to Virgilus's motivations, since it's not something he'd freely talk about. And to be fair, that's still very much the case.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
Virgilus
생각해보라고.
knife looking pretty crucible from Doom. I'd have to take your word for it because I've actually never played Doom, if you can believe that. Oh, what's funny? Luckily, these ones aren't nearly as painful to deal with. Sun Shower Heath, it's funny when he hits -40 and then begins hitting like a truck. Oh yeah, I guess having negative coin modifiers is very good when you're low on, when you're specifically going to be stuck on low sanity for any reason. I must say, even the generic enemies have some decent animations for their stuff. I should probably at least put another unopposed one here. Yeah, I guess that's a fine distribution. I want to guarantee that one of those dies.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Good work, until you dealt a hard blow. We still have a second wave after this. Actually, I should probably go with this.
내가
Glut
눈에
res.
새겨주지.
The more gluttony, the better.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。ドクターのように優れた指揮ですね。
끝났으니까.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
We'll go with just hammer everything down on that one there.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 깔끔하게
V
물었고.
摘出このまま進めましょう。これが必要な戦いであれば
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Dang.
암호 시동 체크.
Best to get some resources built up in.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
벌써 끝나가는 거.
Yeah, hopefully I muted the mic in time. My favorite ID or my favorite sinner? For IDs, I'm definitely getting carried by the Hey Show, but I am liking T-Corp Dawn a lot as well, even if... And I can't deny W-Corp Ryoshu's been a huge carry, that's why I made her one of my up-tie 4s. She's just that good.
일기당천. 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
Damage time.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
바람 불어오는 대로
Vice versa.
짓밟아라.
Haisho Yisang was probably my first major 3-star pull. No, yeah, Haisho and Yisang and Ryoshu and W Corp Ryoshu were my first major 3-star pulls. So those have definitely been my main carries, but Yisang in particular has definitely been the main carry because he's got good offense, defense. So even if everyone else has died, he's been able to clutch it a couple times.
아씨가 그리던 홍원이
The golden bow.
가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 제외.
그런데 어떻게 기업이나 조직도 아닌
So there are two golden bows here. I mean, it's a rich family matter, so it's not like they're a corporation or a syndicate. One was acquired by Linton, who spent nearly all of his fortune on it, and I wonder how he got his hands on the second one.
린튼과
It's
캐서린을 도와준
possible that it is possible there may have been involvement of a third party that helped Linton and Catherine.
아세라는 자의 말에 따르면
With what information we
아마
gathered from this
N사의
essay, all
헤르만
evidence points to
이사일테지.
Director Herman of N Corp being third party.
하긴
Right,
약재
hiring former
소속이었던
ring
사람들을
researchers of all
포섭한
people, that's not
것부터가
something you see every
스케일이
day.
어마어마하긴 했지. 당신들은 지금까지 황금
So
가지를
you've all
계속
been traveling with
모아오셨던
Heathcliff,
거죠?
collecting golden bows,
히스클리프와
yes?
그래.
그럼
Yes. Then you must have had to fight
정말
so many people on
많은
your
사람-
journey. I suppose every day's been like a battlefield. We've all seen more than enough of our fair share of battles.
틀린 비유는 아니다.
Can't say I disagree with the comparison,
언제나
except we've
승리만
tasted nothing
거둬두었다는
but
사실을
victory so
제외한다.
far.
그렇군요. 그런데
So why are you
황금
looking for these
가지는
golden
왜
bows?
찾아다니는 건가요?
심심풀이.
Boredom.
뭐
Well, maybe
여차하면
leave some of the
떼돈을
money.
그것이
Ah, that is
정의로운
an act of
행동이지.
justice.
다들 그런
It's all just part of a
계약이었으니까요.
contract. I don't know what they're planning to do with the golden
황금
bows,
가지로 뭘
though.
하게 될지는 모르겠지만요. 결국 이
So none of you
중에
even know why you're
황금
collecting these
가지를 왜
golden
모아야
bows.
하는지
Why do I have
정확히
the
아는
feeling we're about to
사람은 아무도 없는
fight
거네요.
Nelly? Aren't you scared, Heathcliff?
이유도 모른
Doing
채로
everything your company
회사에서
asks you
시키는
do
일만
too
하고
without a
나면
single
그
question?
다음에는
Don't you ever worry about what
뭐가
comes
있는
next?
거지?
넬리,
Nelly, I've always
내겐
had a
언제나
singular
단
goal.
한 가지. 우린 모두가
We
그럴
all
거야.
do, because Clockhead keeps
이
reminding us of our
시계
individual
그러니까.
goals. So no, I've never been afraid. I could hear the faint sound of horse hooves echoing from above us.
지금 내
And
목표는
now I have but
하나야.
one goal.
서름을 쫓아야
We
돼.
have to go after that git.
캐서린을
We can't let him
데리고
take Catherine to the rooftops where the
황금가지가
golden
있는
bow
섬으로
is.
향하지 못하게.
하지만
Oh, but
너무 멀지 않아?
isn't it too late now?
우리는
We are
느리고
slow
저자는
and he
너무
is swift.
빠르잖니.
Yeah, I think somehow she's going to be forced to fight us, but why? Yeah, why wouldn't she have stopped her earlier? Virgil's brought us this opportunity. He must have had to sacrifice something of his to get here. He made that decision for our sake. I will not waste this
옥상으로
chance.
가는 길은
This is the
이거
only way to the
하나뿐이죠.
rooftops, right?
맞아요.
Yes. That bastard keeps sending the
망할
dregs after us. What we need is the strength to defeat him. Isn't the strength to defeat him, what we need is a little more time. Faust, I'm asking out of pure curiosity, but do ask. There's got to be a good reason my head is, of all things, in the shape of a clock, right? It can be said this shape was not determined randomly and without intent. So yes, there is a reason, but like I said, I'm convinced at this point that Faust is quite literally being paid to be vague, and like, to be vague like this, so yeah. It was definitely for a reason. As every shape is followed by concepts and symbols adherent to the laws of causality. And the golden bow has powers that I'm here to be aware of. You're not asking a question, you're asking for confirmation then. If that's the case, simply do as you will, as one seeks the star's sky. Alright, so I'm taking that's her way of saying, yeah, do it. If I can, my clock or golden bow, whichever is turn back time, what's to say I can't accelerate or shorten it? Besides, I did not want Heathcliff to be tied down in the past like the other world was. Golden bow resonance. Soris. Pegarita. That's right, if we can turn back time, we can accelerate it forward as well. Whoa, did you feel that? We're faster. I can outrun my enemies. This is not a temporal acceleration. It'd be more accurate to say we're in a temporal deceleration field that slows everything within us to a certain radius. Yeah, I've been to the Fate series. I know when something is a yes but actually no answer, and this is 100% a yes but actually no answer. Whatever it is, I'll get up in no time. Oi, Cloakhead, this you were doing? Well, I think so, yes. The sinners could have complained this would have been helpful a while ago, but I had nothing to say to them. Even I didn't know that I had access to such power. I just began feeling the possibility out of nowhere. Everyone I've gone through my life, they've ignored me, scorned me, or simply lost the plot before we even had a chance to build anything. It's always a mess. But you, Cloakhead, what is wrong with you? Why do you still hold any hope for me? You didn't go this far for my sake. The company wouldn't give two shites about any of this. The other sinners wouldn't either. So why are you trying so hard? I don't deserve any of it. Ain't worth because Heathcliff is getting away. Bollocks. Let's crack on for now. First clock ability, Pigradia. I'm sure those mean something in a language or that I'm unaware of, or something that I'm unaware of. Earl King. 44. We still have 4 more missions. Oh boy, wow, we have 4 more missions. This is gonna be a bit of a pain. Well, whatever, we'll just borrow more W Corp Heathcliff. Yeah, it's nice we're slowly expanding our powers to manipulate time itself. There's a reason I said T-Corp might have been the most worrying, simply because they control the past, present, and future. And time itself is it's also tied to certain characters in the Library of Ruina. Ah. I've never played that. It's some kind of deck building game, isn't it? I genuinely don't remember. I've seen some people I watched mention liking it. T-Corp isn't scary. Oh, I know, it's a corporate dystopia. They're all terrifying in their own way. It's just being able to control someone's Y-Corp scary because they control itself. Oh, yoy, oh my. Well, I guess I did joke a bit ago about, Stop, I won't let you get away this time. Give me Catherine back again. Even if you were to pursue me, even if you were to grab me, it will change nothing. Your Catherine has already left you. That's the most undeniable truth, is it not? Shovel up the soil and exhume her body all you want, but that's an immutable truth. There she lies, wearing an ineffable and ethereal smile. She always is. I know, but I'm doing my damnedest to change it, so shut up and change it. Allow me to relieve you of the struggle. You'll suffer longing for her as long as eternity permits, searching for Cather who's long gone from this world, until your heart finds peace. Every strand of despair leads to the same answer. At the end of every path, you'll mutter to yourself. Then once your repentance is complete, you'll lie beside her in that coffin, in your cold, still heart. I merely mean to lift the years of that suffering off your shoulders. Join the other Heathcliffs in the trial of penitence. Penitence that I will grant you the early peace to your heart you so deserve. Shut off, I don't need your idea of peace. That's now. I want to find my peace. I wonder if you would say the same thing, even with the revelation of all that. Even with the revelation of all this is exactly what Captain wanted. Interesting. Wait, what? Select the sapling of light ability on the top right. Select the ability to use. Press the confirmation. Sapling of light ability can be used as long as the remaining activations are reset every day. Oh, so this is like the command seals in FGO. Alright. Halves the speed of all enemies. Earl King Heathcliff. Dominating. Neutral. Favored. Unopposed. Oh dear. Neutral. Alright, since this is a lyric song, this must be the final battle of the chapter then. Interesting. I was expecting... Kind of surprising there wasn't a dungeon, but I suppose it's better than forcing it. Then again, we're not even near the roof yet, and it says there's 48 chapters, this is 44. It's a little weird. But then again, maybe I shouldn't complain. We can all go home early. Patches of violence. Unfortunately, these Mary songs keep getting my VODs copyright struck on YouTube. It's not a big deal, it just means that it now has ads when they usually don't because I don't monetize VODs because they are VODs. They're just here to have in the background, to watch or have in the background while drawing or something. Incoming, prepare for battle, everyone.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Smackdown. Come on, Dawn. There you go. I knew you could do it, Dawn. Pride energy.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
온전히 앉아 있어라.
That's one enemy down. An enemy is heavily wounded. I know, I did really like Compass from the previous Canto quite a bit. I mean, this one's good, but I guess it's hard to choose sometimes. How the hell is she winning so cleanly? Oh right, because she has 22 sanity. Because we're at real sane man hours. I mean, look at him, he's got 40 and he's been losing most of his clashes so far. I know what I want here. Ooh, an A Pride A res. Alright, let's go. Staying up just to make sure they don't win a battle of attrition will be useful, I'd say. I knew that was a good idea. I would have definitely lost that clash if I hadn't been using the ego. That enemy is certainly not, Go Ryoshu. Yeah, real sane man hours here. I should have borrowed his ult itself. Unopposed. Favored. confused. Hopeless. The target fixed. Okay, so only Heathcliff can reflect that one. Hopeless. I don't like all these hopelesses, but I'm not sure what else I can do at the moment, so we'll just do it this way. Dominating. Okay, that should help. Not much I can do there, so we're gonna have to eat the hopeless one just to get the energy, I suppose. We need as much gluttony power as we can get our hands on. Patches of violet, maybe a violence, I always want to bust it down. Yeah, we need to make sure all these are gluttony energies. Yeah, let's get as much of these res as we can.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차.
効果的な攻撃でした。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay, so he's reviving his allies as many times as he damn well feels like. That's moderately a pain. But I can do it this way to do a little splash damage.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Blindsiding. Hello, Infinity. Welcome. I'm on the final boss fight of the Canto. So the song gets to have lyrics. There we go. Go, Heathcliff.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。
We can't stop here.
私たちは止まれません。
Is there attack weight on this one? Actually, there's some good attack weight on this. You know what? Let's do it.
이쪽으로.
It uses up a lot of energy, but we have a lot of enemies we need to get rid of in a very short period of time, so we don't really have much choice at the moment.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
There we go, that's 2 down in 1 go. Wonderful. I knew that was a good move. That was a play. Time to pound with all the damage I got. Wow, no gluttony whatsoever. Just the one, I mean, but oh well. Beat up on the Earl King. It's time to dethrone him. Constantly keeps summoning stuff. Oh, it's not even that bad. Okay, then.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Go, Dawn. I know you can do it. You can only fit so many on your team, buddy. You'll run out eventually. Okay, summoning just more and more. Fortunately for him, oh my. Well, I know how to fix this. Let's go.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Working out a lot better than. So yeah, the first fight is definitely way harder than this one.
바람 불어오는데
Gotta assume I'm missing some finishing
짓밟아라.
tonight. Yeah, it looks like I'm definitely gonna be able to finish tonight. The reason I didn't think I'd be able to is simply because I thought there'd be a dungeon, since you know that's usually it. No. All of you beat up on the final boss here. I don't care about anything else. Well, I guess Ryoshu finishing off might not be a bad idea. But regardless, everyone else slammed this guy's face into the curb.
잘 생각해보라고.
At 200 damage, my sinners can deal more than that kind of damage in a turn. There we go. Give Catherine back. She is forever lost. Her consciousness is broken, scattered to 1,000 places. Shut up! You have too much worse to make me give up. Gah! Heathcliff being the Earl King falls to his knees. We're at less than 10 paces from the rooftop. We had to stop him from going up the stairs no matter what. He's bound. I cannot hold him with these chains for much longer. Neutralize the target as soon as possible. Sounds good to me.
제가 저놈을 기절시켜
Unlock that
놓을게요.
wretch unconscious. This is one of my
상대를
lesser known
제압해두는
skills
건
of butlers to keep their
버틀러들의
foes
숨겨진 특기 중
neutralized.
하나죠.
단테, 우리가 제일
Dante,
먼저
our
알아내야 할
foremost
건
priority should be
마왕
finding out
히스클리프에게
who
모든
it
세계의
was that showed the Earl
히스클리프와 캐서린에 대해 보여준
Heathcliff about the Heathcliffs and Catherines in every world, the one who opens his eyes to the mirror worlds. I see. Faust, you only have the potential to know all things, not actual knowledge of all things. If that statement pertains to me, then yes, but that is, I suppose I'll find out when it's your turn. One thing at a time. Let's think about this from the very start.
알겠습니다.
Understood. The very first question was
수론을
asked is how
이어보자면
Catherine suddenly gained a keen interest in studying mirror
히스클리프
worlds,
씨가
considering she had led a
평범한
relatively
삶을
normal
살고
life before
있었던
Heathcliff's departure.
어느 순간부터
This behavior seems highly
거울 세계에
irregular.
대한 총체적인 연구를 계획했다는 것이 나 결국
So it's pretty much a
도와준
given.
배우가
There's someone
있었다는
acting behind the scenes,
확실한 거네요.
egging her on the whole time.
캐서린에게
Indeed, someone
거울을
who handed the
건네서
mirror to
실험실을
Catherine,
만들도록
lending her to create the leading to her to create the library.
마왕
Someone who had invited the Earl King
저택으로
Heathcliff to this
초대해야만
manor.
했다.
캐서린과 가까운
It must be someone close to
심리
Catherine,
조건
someone who
많은
she relied heavily. Oh no! It's Nellie. Nellie's the behind all of this.
관리자님,
Executive
몇 가지
Manager, if you're allowed to
수상하던
voice some
지하실에서
suspicions, you recall
황금
Nellie
가지를
said
처음
we first discovered the bowl in the basement. There it is, the bowl you're looking for? Right, she did say that. Executive Manager, she couldn't have known we were actively seeking golden bows because we never shared that information with her. The only thing
우리는 넬리에게
he
황금
knew,
가지를 찾는다는
knowing that
사실.
stage that Catherine
단
Will
한
stated
번도
that she was
밝힌
leaving a
적이
golden
없었습니다.
bow to Heathcliff. And
복도에서
when we
덱을
encountered the dead
내리치는
rabbits in the
거리에서
corridor,
붉은 안광을
She
가진
claimed the word on the streets
배들리기
that we should be
불로부터
wary of the dead rabbit's red eyes, but as you're aware yourself in the streets, their eyes could not have had any
눈색이 보이지도
color.
않을 각도였어.
Right, it wasn't even at the angle she could see. She wasn't even at an angle. She could see their eyes.
전부터 알고
That could only
있었던
mean she was already
것이겠죠.
aware of that fact before we encountered them. Nellie. Don't let Nellie anywhere near Heathcliff, but we were too late. Now ascend to the rooftops, Heathcliff.
넬리.
Nellie, where are you taking him?
아직도
You
모르겠나?
still not understand? It was Nellie who invited me here. She summoned me and gave me information to utterly destroy that fool Hindley. Oh, and it was Nellie who introduced me to the girl, Isabella. Don't ask me why, for the answer's quite plain, because we're both tired of enduring. Heathcliff now freed by Nellie's hand. No! Disappeared the rooftop of the manor. We don't know what's going to happen if those golden bows
마침내
touch.
굴레 하나를
But it's
끊었어.
probably safe to say it will not be something
두려움
good.
없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이
Life.
한 걸음
stolen.
더 가까워진 것이요.
I suppose I should have realized since it's 48, we still have 3 more
언젠가
missions to
제외할
go.
날 꼭 내게도
Within 15 turns,
은자를
oh dear.
주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고.
I still want to go with the W Corp Heathcliff though, so I hope you guys don't mind if I use him instead of... I just don't know how I didn't realize it sooner, but yeah, she's been acting suspicious this whole time, and I only knew not to trust her when she started asking us weirdly specific questions about the golden bow. I mean, she's not wrong, but yeah, I was suspicious, but I didn't put the pieces together, or until Merceau put it together. Nellie, you betrayed me? This matter has never been on your side, not even once, and Heathcliff, I find it vexing you to express your betrayal. Heathcliff slowly approaches Nellie. I can't imagine the level of betrayal he must be feeling. Tell me why. You've already really changed, Heathcliff. The old you wouldn't have even bothered to ask a single question before swinging that bat at my skull.
뭐라서 물어보는
I'm asking
거야?
because it's you. Do I really have to destroy even our childhood? Heathcliff, what are you most afraid of? I was afraid of the ghosts that Miss Catherine claimed to have seen. I was afraid of the tempests that sometimes shook this manor, or how violently Mr. Hindley would get when he was drunk. Until one day I became afraid of an old woman whose heart and body were aged beyond their years. I was that old woman. A woman who suffered because of you, Heathcliff, and Miss Catherine, every world. Round and round you went, both plagued by hatred, misunderstandings, and terrible decisions. And I, in every world, always dragged that under the wheel of destruction. Suffering and struggling is haggling every breath again and again. That the worst thing was that all of you were ignorant to our doomed fates. I wasn't even having an inkling the two of you were consuming every minute of my life, little by little. So I showed it to her too. I told her that there was a mirror shard that showed the beholder whatever their heart wished to see. The glass shards can make countless cracks in the hearts of humans. It shakes the very foundation of one's existence. The knowledge of mirror worlds can suck the meaning out of every struggle, everything that one has worked for their entire lifetime, and plant the seeds of doubt within their hearts. Doubts that the very path one would take in their life, it's enough to make them attempt to meddle with their very selves in other worlds. It's believing it is the right thing to do.
넬리에게 거울을 보여준 자가 있었다면 그자가 바라는 것이 그것이었겠죠.
If someone's shown Nellie that mirror, then it must have been precisely what their intended outcome. Yet a mirror technology that allows for such a high degree of interactivity must be... Then, everything began to unravel on its own. She conversed with someone who around the mirror for a long time, so was suffering as much as she was. Then the laboratory began to take shape. Oh, she mustn't have known even in her wildest dreams. She never once doubted me, even as she closed her eyes forevermore in that coffin. As naive as any other sheltered child. A caged bird. I suppose it wasn't only naivete, but also her own temperament. She was always the kind of person who always needed to be the center of everything. So please, do not deny every memory we've ever shared together. So I'm getting this wasn't a recently planned betrayal, it just kind of happened. I felt pity for you as they abused you, wishing that you would live your best life, a life better than anyone else's. All those were, in fact, my honest feelings. Alright. I could make this a prize A-res. Favored. Yeah, let's make it an A-res. block that, offset it, struggling. Ugh. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. Alright, let's see how we go here. Yeah, this is a very rough fight, that's for sure. The staggers of pain, and I don't have any gluttony to fuel the energy here.
암호시동 체크.
Alright. I should still be fine, actually, but... Yeah, this Heathcliff is amazing, wow.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh dear. This is really going bad. Alright, let's see here. She inflicts, yeah, like the other butlers, she focuses very heavily on blinding and paralyzing. Oh. Low morale effects. Well, she has high morale now, but if she's low on morale, she basically gets her stats boosted for damn near everything. This unit speed is faster, heal 3 SP. If unit are staggered enemies, unit power is staggered with its attack skills. Deals 20 to staggered enemies. Let's restart.
이거 정리 요원들로 해결될 일이 아니잖아. 알차든 협회든 당장 연락하라 그래. 이러다가 여기 있는 사람 전부.
I still think W Corp Heathcliff is fine, but yeah, I need to rethink how I'm going to be doing this because I just Also, I could probably have done that, but I just need to be smarter with how I choose to engage.
넬리.
Now, just be careful about saying, oh, if I remember, I used to mention I hate Nelly basically as soon as this chapter started, which I get why now, but please remember that even just saying something like that, because you're not supposed to even suspect her at that time. I'm just, was lucky I'm a complete ignoramus. I need to make sure I get the gluttony energy for this. An A should be perfect, actually. But yeah, like I said, just be careful about mentioning stuff like that. It is, win these early ones, I should get a decent chance to snowball, but I have to still be wary, of course, because, yeah, she does get significant bonuses. Favored. Yeah, I don't want to inflict fragile, so I need to be sure I counter those where possible. There we are. Yeah, these aren't guarantees, but they should be the best chance I got, so let's go here. Fair though, I did get to pronounce attack. She was pretty okay. My apologies. Yeah, it's fine, just be careful. Well, there's a lot of stuff that accidentally reveals stuff without planning on it. And something that's The thing is, I can't really blame her. If you knew your life was destined to grow old and miserable, I want to change that. Selfish, but I'm sure everyone like that is in the sea at some part. Indeed, though, it's resorting to screwing with the timelines is a bit extreme, not gonna lie.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Hatred. Yep, that's hatred. So Clash wins, Clash lose. If she loses Clash, she gets stronger. If she wins, she gets stronger. Oh dear. Let's get rid of this so she doesn't be a pain in the ass. Yeah, on dodge that heals her. Gain one more slot just for the next turn. Yeah, I'm not gonna let her get those extra slots. Thank you very much. Dominating. Hopeless. I don't have a single ego resource. That's a little disappointing. Favored. Dominating. You can clash that. Is this a bit easier? Yeah, this one makes it a bit easier. Does Dawn have an easier time? No, it's hopeless no matter what, so might as well do it this way. Dang, if we're going up this long, I still have. No, he's a bind and paralyzed helper. I noticed, yeah. Caution. Targeting for all skills over your set affects the turn will not be updated. Let's do it this way, then. I have enough to make an NB absolute resonance here. Actually, I probably do need to sacrifice this to get rid of her dodge because I don't want to gain an additional slot. Oh, I can't do that. I think this might be in my best interest to just risk it, the dodge, then. Oh, man, meltdown. Alright, here we go. Thankfully, I've got some time powers of my own to help.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
동강 내주기!
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
woman stands before us. Her body and mind are spent, weighed down, sinking in the oblivion of time. Who will talk to Nellie? Gregor. There we go. Gregor approached Nellie. It all came down to the coin flip. There was an odd desire in her eyes. Perhaps it was envy or anticipation. She gave me the mirror, most beautiful, most alluring. It was as gorgeous as a lovely manicure. She shuddered in an ineffable emotion. She mutters a cold, detached voice. Then I saw the life that was laid out before me. Gregor leapt backward, away from the sudden metallic noise, but it was too late. The chains exploded from her suitcase wrapped up in his arm. Those movements were restricted. There was a way to use that against Nellie. He gains 2 damage up. I told you we can handle it.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです
Wow, everything's like duplicates. Well, whatever. Let's just hammer in the damage best we can. Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, undoing that should be sufficient, I think.
암호 시동 체크.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Panic, hatred. Alright, my team has a huge advantage here. Let's offset that to make sure it doesn't become a problem later. Dominating. A resonance. Perfect. Dominating. Push the gluttony powers. We're gonna be we're gonna make the rivers flow with green.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Stagger. That's bad. I do, however, have another one that I can use here to push that advantage. We are Pride Res time.
눈에 새겨주지.
이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니
Wow, that did no damage. I see that infinity. Alright, time to pump all the damage we got out. Should have more than a charge to make this work. Got her.
캐서린 아가씨는 종종 날
Miss
힘들게
Catherine was
했어도
difficult from time to time, but did not wish to
함께했던
deny that even the times we
세월까지
spent together.
부정할 정도는 아니야.
Even Mr. Earnshaw
가끔은
Senior, even Mr.
돌아가신
late Mr.
언쇼 씨도
Earnshaw
그리워.
Senior from time to time.
그래.
No, I've never lived a life full of hate,
난
animosity. I'm just
모든
struggling
것에
desperately
악의를
to change
가진
my destiny.
여기까지 오기
To get
위해
here, I worked myself to the bone, trained harder than anyone else to become a chief butler. Moo. You still endeavor to reach the rooftops? I must tell you it's a fruitless effort. The other Heathcliff's already there, and that's how this tale shall end. It's a better ending, isn't it? You two could even summon the smallest courage to talk to him. Stop it. You always believed everything I told you, even without an iota of doubt. Every little twist, every little nudge, taken as truth.
아니요.
No,
아무
miss, he hasn't
편지도
sent you
오지
any letters.
않았어요, 아가씨.
Ah, he
어디서
himself.
분명 잘 살고 있을
Yeah, remember,
거예요.
Linton said he never prevented the letters from reaching her. It was Nellie that did.
초대장은 제
I'll
쪽에서
send the
보낼게요.
invitation. It's still the same who wouldn't even bother to write to you, but when he sees this, he'll have no choice but return. I don't recall opening a letter. Seriously, when she has her mind set on something, no one can convince her otherwise. Nothing.
누구보다 나와 다른
You two
사람들을 휘둘러왔으면서
have admired more
점점
people than you
너희들은
could imagine to your business.
직접 이야기를
Yet you do
하지
not even
않고
talk to one another, nor ask
묻지도
questions.
않아.
Do you really
그런
believe you have a
마음을
desire to move on with such
가지고서도 끝난
lustfulness?
거야.
No, the tale ends here.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Expression of love, pure story. Nellie was right. Heathcliff, the Earl King, had already disappeared to the rooftops. The only chance Virgilus gave us, the awakening I matched with my clock, the very last of Heathcliff's hope. Yeah, it's over. Endless vortex of colors mixing into sludge. A splash of gray paint over the heart, once green violet. Blood red paint, splash of faded colors again and again. There's nothing but blackness, unseen by all, unnecessary by anyone. The color of the pitch black night, the color of the black streets. Another power outage. Where did he go? Yeah, he disappeared all of a sudden. What are you talking about? Right here. A predictable ending, is it not? He's returned to the back streets, a place where dear Heathcliff belongs. Once he turns his tail, it tastes nothing but defeat and despair. Stop, I don't want to hear any more of it. Pitiful, isn't he? Would not change one bit, no matter how much time spent in your company. Look at Heathcliff the Earl King, Heathcliff the Devil. The very same end awaits that Heathcliff. I disagree. You probably can't hear what I'm saying, but I still do. Because I'm hurting, I don't want to be here anymore. So I must marry Linton in the end, because it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff. Oh, bloody hell, it's this memory again. Wait, remember, if Nellie's talking to her, she must have engineered this somehow. Oh, I have to get out of here. I have to stay and listen. This bloody clock noise is back. No, it mean time is passing, no matter how much I suffer. But would waiting, letting time pass change anything? What difference would it? Wait a little. Marrying Linton would give me the heart. Means to help Heathcliff. I can make him a better person. So he must never know the immense love I have for him. Wait, what? Now that's a detail we didn't have before. No, this time I don't want to shut this door. I'm still scared, terrified. Kathy, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you. Well, I was too afraid to hear your true feelings. I know this future. There's a future that can never come true. I wrecked everything with my hesitation. I hurt more than just us, and I hurt Nellie too. I have to start fixing things I've wrecked. The door? Because I don't want my Heathcliff to live the rest of his life in regret. This is why, despite everything, I want Heathcliff to forge a route to the top. Those flowers bloom in places like desolate moors or steep cliffs, so they may appear more lonely than anything else in the world. All other flowers lose their colors and fade as they wither away, but this flower, even though the wizard will, to remain the same color. So when you're gone, I will these
이 꽃들을
flowers
말려서
and decorate my room
내
with
방에
them.
걸어놓을 거야.
What will make rings of the flowers? I don't say things
바보가
so
너를
foolish.
두고
Whatever leave you.
멍청하게도
It's so
지금까지
stupid. I
이
never once
말의
realized what she meant by those
의미는
words.
너의
Everything
모든
he's ever
말들은
said, Catherine, was an
나를
expression of love.
사랑한다는 말이었네. 나
Oh, I'm
돌아왔다.
back. Wait, Heathcliff?
어디로
Where the
사라졌던
hell did you go?
거예요?
You blipped out of existence when lightning struck.
괜찮은 건가요?
Are you okay,
아니,
Heathcliff? Not hurts. Hurts
여전히
like hell.
괴롭고 여전히 나는
I'll
너를
move past you
내버려두고
and make my way to the rooftop, Nellie. Wait, you're
고마워,
what?
히스클리프.
Heathcliff the Earl King will not be my
너와
future.
그놈은
You
모든
and him,
걸
you both had
알고
access to
있음에도
every knowledge but made the same
나는
choices
달라.
anyway. Not me, because I'm gonna make a different choice.
지금까지 우리의 부모 역할을 하느라 수고 많았어, 넬리.
Thank you so much for looking after us, Nellie. It must have been very hard.
캐서린 씨가
Among the three individuals
유언장에
mentioned in Miss
써놓았던
Catherine's will,
세 명의 인물들. 그중
since Hindi and Lynn are now both clearly deceased, it can be said that on paper, the ownership of Willingdon Heights will be transferred to Heathcliff.
내가 원하던 대로 자유라는 미래를 줄게.
I'll give you a future, Nellie. I'll give you
그러니까
freedom, so start writing as you will.
혼자만의
Write your own
이야기든
tale, whatever else you wish to do. With that, he left Nellie behind, made her way to the rooftop. She collapsed, making an odd noise, sound like laughter and sobbing. I'm free, I'm free.
뭐해? 다들 빨리 안
Yeah, that's kind of
따라오고.
the thing. Our Heathcliff isn't making a different decision. Can make his own decisions. She had all the information, yet they basically just replayed the exact same scenes over and over again. Coming up. For the first time, I have no idea what you're thinking right now.
생각?
Thinking? I
내가
don't really
언제
think that
그딴 걸
often.
그냥
I just clearly know
내가
what I have to
해서
do,
그래.
and that is all. Hearts unbroken. There we are. Earl King Heathcliff awaits us on the rooftop just as Faust expected. The powerful and oppressive energy that surrounds him has only grown more ferocious since last encounter. It must be because the golden bow and the pure form of humanity. Heathcliff watched just stumbling up through exhaustion. He lowers Catherine's coffin on the rooftop. What a sorry end of this tale, is it not? You have no idea the lengths I've gone to destroy both Hindley and Linden. How much have I pushed myself to break again and again? This is my own heaven. It is finally within my reach. Heaven, this shite's your idea of heaven. Look at it again, you're in hell, right in the middle of it. When I heard news of Catherine's passing, I began to see her face and everything. Even my own face brought back her memories. Everything in the world became an ending reminder of who Catherine was. A reminder of the fact she once existed, only to forever be lost because of me. So to breathe, to let my heart beat, I can think of nothing but a singular wish. That burning, unchanging desire, my wish. To kill every Heathcliff in the world. Yeah, the singular wish is my ultimate proof of my love. Through my campaign, I've seen so many versions of Heathcliff, some wrathful, some mercies, beg for mercy for their lives, but in the end they all admitted they had to perish for the good of Catherine and willingly forfeited their lives. I found no pressure in my work. So how could I, when I made my mission to slay those poor rich, souls, all of them died all alone, unloved by all that is living by the world? Did you know that no one ever weeps for Heathcliff's death? So the task falls on me to bury them, to shed my tears, yet silence shall attend my own demise. No, your method's all wrong. Of course, I would have given anything to make Catherine happy, anything, but even you saw the possibility of every world miss something. Wait, what do you mean? You said every world Catherine and Heathcliff were destined to be miserable, didn't you? But we could have been happy, we just missed the smallest key to happiness. No such world exists because of me, because of our existence. Bloody hell, I'm telling you it's got nothing to do with our existence. The problem was that I wanted to believe that it was. All I had to do was get over my embarrassment, that little fear. All I had to do was scrounge up the smallest morsel of courage and open the door and talk to her. But how? Well, you'll prove your theory when you have nothing left to prove it with. But my Catherine's long gone. Right. I can't change the past like you said, and I can't prove it to you either. Maybe none of this matters in the end. Catherine might never wake up again, no matter what I do. But I'm here anyway, on this rooftop. Do you understand what that means? You, me, we're both wretches. I understand that, but I refuse to break like you did, leaping world to world, seeking to kill everyone you deem to be the cause of that misery. No matter how broken my heart's become. Your speech rings hollow, for the outcome's already decided. I'll end your life and leap over the next world, do the same. Then what the hell are you waiting for? He pulled the golden bow from the roof of the manor where it was installed. A lightning rod. Your struggle is meaningless. You cannot destroy the golden bow. I can't destroy it, no, but I can stop it from working. You mean to kill me? You? No, I'll stab myself just as you wished. Wait, what?
잘은 모르겠지만
See, I don't understand why, but this golden bow being imbued with lightning is a necessary part of your plan, isn't it? What if I just drained its powers? That'd cock your grand scheme, wouldn't it? Wait, how do you even know that, Heathcliff? I ain't educated, but you know I'm good at sniffing these things out. Heathcliff! Well, remember, we needed 7 lightning strikes, and those lightning strikes were to fuel something. And even Linton barely understood it. He was just told it was all for Catherine, but it's possible Nellie had just told him and said it was by her orders. Please open the door. Why'd you stab yourself? How is this how you want it to end? Because I need Kathy in every corner of this matter to hear my call. From what I've seen, the golden bow connects the hearts together. Look, I'm flying by the seat of my trousers here. Wait, what are you? Catherine has become Wuthering Heights itself. I don't understand how that happened, but if she saw the same mirror that Nellie and Skip peered into, if her heart's the same as mine, I feel like I'd know what choice she made. Now that I think back, from the moment we set foot upon this matter, Wuthering Heights kept pushing me away while the diary here to soothe me. We were never lost, Kathy, both of us. Heathcliff, what are you talking about? The diary flipped to its pages until it stopped the last page. Would you like to hear a story, Heathcliff? Long ago, Josephine told me a little tale. She said that there was a deep, ancient river flowing beneath the manor. Every architect said this is not a good place to build anything, let alone a house. Nothing should ever be built atop this hill. Wuthering Heights built there has nonetheless overseen the unseen Hypogean River. Ever since I was a child, I saw the ghost of my late mother wandering the halls of this manor. Nellie, can't you see this ghost? I told you, miss, there's no such thing. Won't you take her nap? Right, she mentioned seeing ghosts from the start. We just thought it was just a childish thing. Oh, mistress. Thankfully, I wasn't the only one seeing them. I, Josephine, know that you will one day return to our side. That river flowing beneath these lands will bring your grace back to this manor. That should my duty should be complete. You'd allow me to drink the river's waters. I've repeatedly seen that vision as I grew up, and as Heathcliff left me after I'd lost every will to live. Nellie brought me a mirror. I found an interesting mirror. It shows you some fascinating things. I guess it's a magic mirror of sorts. I thought you might enjoy such an invention. In that mirror, I saw infinite variations of Heathcliff and I pulled Heathcliff to the utter abyss of desolation. He grew cold and happy, mired in an endless cycle of misfortune. If through his fate was already written to be, though his fate was written to be miserable, no matter what he did, he'd always meet a wretched end. What? I see another ghost. Miss, you're very ill. Please don't let the chill stick any further. Why does the ghost weep so tragically, and why does she appear so familiar? I must gaze again, Nellie. I wish to find a single strand of possibility where Heathcliff could be happy, so I gazed in that mirror night after night, until blood began to stream down my cheeks in place of tears. At the end of ceaseless wailings, I found Catherines who tasted the deepest despair. You are. No other Catherine weeps as terribly as you do, not in any world I've ever seen. Every Catherine, because in this world I am Heathcliff's murderer. A certain every world, every Catherine. We were just like you, desperately searching to peer past the mirror, but in no world are Heathcliff and I together. Our tale always ends in tragedy. The suffering is all that remains. I have nothing to live for alone. I have no reason to go on. Why can't he be happy? Why can't any Heathcliff be allowed to announce happiness? There's but one answer. That we are the cause of this mystery, because Catherine's existence is what brings misfortune to Heathcliff. Ah, so she had the exact same problem he did. He was convinced he was the source of her pain, and she thought she was the source of his pain. Heathcliff is miserable because of me. If I no longer exist in any world, will Heathcliff find happiness? Yes, he will. It's not too late. For the sake of every Heathcliff, please invite us to your world beyond. We may kill you first, and move on to kill the Catherine. Oh, so there's also an Earl King Catherine. Then, only then can every Heathcliff reach his own heaven, the heaven where I can no longer exist. I felt as though I was freed from a heavy yoke. I felt as though this was precisely what I was meant to do, because I love every Heathcliff. He deserves to be happy. I've done as you ordered. My connections in the back streets to disrupt, bankrupt Master Hindley. Last I heard, he gambled everything he had away. I used Nellie, who asked her acquaintance to bankrupt my brother. Then I took ownership of Wuthering Heights from him. Don't worry the results. We've done similar experiments in the past. It'll all work out as long as the laboratory's ready. Certainly, the laboratory will be complete as you expected. The price is not a matter of concern. And like I've told you repeatedly, this method will overwrite your identity with that of another, which is to say your body should be free of consciousness. We've learned from one of our previous experiments that full, complete identities can be summoned only when the body is empty. I installed a massive laboratory to invite Catherine to our world. I carved the golden bow with Linton's help. However, to summon a fully intact identity is an incredibly power-consuming procedure. A single golden bow won't be enough to power it. Lucky for you, we procured ourselves one. This golden bow, once installed in the... Oh, so this is the one from Chapter 1! The one we failed to get from Herman. You'll collect the necessary energy and relay it installed. You're so kind. What kind of payment, you ask? No monetary. Instead, allow us to make a dough. That is all I ask. A dough. A pure, uncontaminated dough. Invite me, please. The experiment should be complete soon. Nellie, I no longer fear the ghosts because all the fear stems from its ignorance of its origin. Maybe that's why I was so afraid of talking to Heathcliff, because I could not know, nor could I ever understand his distant heart. What I thought were ghosts were just us from other worlds, suffering in wretched pain, yet wandering the manor still, determined to end my life. Now, after lightning strikes 7 times around your coffin, the path to the other world will open, summoning the Catherine you want from the other world here. I'm certain Linton will be happy, because you're doing this for me, whom you love so much. Once this coffin closes, that's it. You'll never open your eyes again. I know. This is not the end. I'll always be watching over you, wherever you may be. Your word's my command. Everything shall be as you will. Sweet dreams, my love. A dough of such high purity can become pretty much anything. What I seek lies beyond the dough, something more primordial, something far at the far beginning of all things. But for you, I present a different Heathcliff. Not yours, who left without a word, who doesn't care to return. A Heathcliff will exist for Catherine, and only her. The river that flows beneath her manor will be a great help to both of us. Maybe your consciousness isn't lost forever, because that deepest river arrests them from moving on. Perhaps you would like a front row seat to everything that's inspired. Heathcliff will exist just for me? What are you talking about? Why am I watching all this happen? Where am I? Can anyone hear me? Don't worry, you'll make sure the summoning ritual is a resounding success. And just in case you forget, remember to hold steadfast. Remember all this is for the good of Heathcliff, whom we love so much. The clock turns to revive, who stabbed himself with the golden bow. Catherine! Eventually, the one from the distant world is pulled to the coffin where Heathcliff's carrying. The golden bow impaled began to return whence it came, back to the Heathcliff, where Heathcliff first tore it like it was meant to be. Every world. 48, yep, and 48's the last one. Sadly, I've missed 2 on the way here. That's unfortunate, but I'll have to go back and do those later. Oh dear, that's a lot of battles. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink, because there's definitely gonna be a lot more talking. Yeah, I'll recharge it. I still got more than enough of these to keep going. And yeah, let's go with W Corp Heathcliff again. This one's really good. I like him. I'm almost tempted to pull on him, but maybe I'll wait and see on the Walpurgis has. I'll pull on him if the new Walpurgis unit doesn't seem particularly promising for what I want to do. Catherine, who Heathcliff desired to desperately reach, walking out of the coffin, her eyes opened. Yet, no! The 7th lightning has struck. She's being overwritten by the Catherine from a different world. Don't do this, Catherine. I endured everything for you. Everything that mattered, everything I suffered. All I wanted was to see you again, to return this manor. And the space surrounding you, screaming, wailing, begins to bend and refract as something's gone wrong. Why have you changed your mind? Have you forgotten our wish? We spent countless days and nights watching how Heathcliff suffers, suffering we have inflicted upon him. No, it's different. The person who can tell, only person who can tell me, because it does not matter to you. Does it not matter to you what happens to Heathcliff of every world? Are you so selfish that you feel detached from the consequences? I am Heathcliff. My greatest miseries in the world are Heathcliff miseries, and I have watched and felt it from the beginning. My great thought is living as himself. If all else remained, if he were annihilated, no Catherine would seem part of any world any longer. Catherine, you're here. Where are you? The identity. Something's gone wrong with the summoning. It's likely Miss Catherine's will is intervening with the summoning. She's refusing the summoning? Do not stretch me. Summon me if your Heathcliff love is true. If we stop this ritual, then nothing else matters. The plan will be ended. Where are you? Come to my embrace, Catherine. Heathcliff. Where? I can hear your voice, so please.
제발.
Incoming prayer for battle, everyone. Yeah, I need more glutton energy. Sheesh. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? I think this is the first major boss we've actually fought multiple times, this many times. Or at least I don't remember any of the previous Cantos having an enemy that would come back repeatedly multiple times. heed my call, Wuthering.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Yeah. Let me change this. Which one is Dawn here? Unflashable. We'll have to go through here the best we can. We need to get all this energy we can because AoE is clearly going to be how we win here. If this fails, maybe I'll even bring Hong Lu instead of someone else just so I can have some reasonable AoE. Because the Ling one is good for spamming and that increases its attack weight and damage each time it's used. Oh, come on, Yoshu. Oh crap, she's stunned. That is really, really bad. Hopeless. I don't like this, but we may not have a choice.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, come on, Dawn. I know you can do better than this. Yeah, he's got real sane man hours. I might actually have to do another... I guess we can just keep going for now. I don't see... If he had all those 5 allies as well as 5 attacks himself, then yeah, I'd probably just reset and try and get a better setup. But I think, in theory, I should be able to win this. He can summon powers of as many timelines as he wants, so we'll just have to do the same. Yeah, maybe that wasn't a smart idea to let Ryoshi use her envy ability. Yeah, hopeless, but this is an A-res, so that might help. Hello, Paula, welcome. We're at what's probably the final boss fight of the chapter, so... I'm pulling out all the stops.
멈추지 않는
If this
시대에서
fails here, I'll just use the same strategy I used before and borrow my own Earl King Heathcliff in order to stop these real sane man hours he's got where he's at perpetually max sanity. Yeah, being Fae adjacent, I'm well aware of the Wild Hunt and its power, so I knew this would be an uphill battle. Are you serious? Behead all Heathcliffs. But Dawn isn't a Heathcliff. Or is there a timeline where she is Heathcliff? Yeah, I guess finishing off that guy is worth my time, but maybe it'd be worth my time to actually use this, just to make sure I win that clash. I can't keep losing clashes. Those bosses in this game absolutely snowball if you let them. but that's the goal.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
How is he still alive? Okay, good. Good, they're down. We're taking a lot of hits, so I need to make sure I keep these up. How are you still alive, you dick? I've best fix that problem. Excellent. Good, we stunned him.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Holy hell, how are you people still alive? Gonna have to do it this way, for better or for worse. As much as I'd love to damage him, I also need to make sure less attackers are coming out. Yeah, this should kill. Yeah, he's down.
아직 이런
Down.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Down. Ugh.
これが必要な戦いであれば
Fight is unavoidable. If that's hopeless, I need to make it no longer hopeless. Dominating. Wonderful. More than anything, I need to make sure I'm winning these clashes, because as nice as the support the egos get, I need to save them for when I'm in trouble. I didn't realize he had an ego of his own. Oh shit. There we are, dominating. Every Catherine. I was kind of hoping. It's a shame there's no descriptions of characters when you look them up like that. Clutch of despair. Unfortunately, you're not clutching anything, my dude. Dudette. Dude, anything.
무불사위.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
Command.
희망과 미래를
Meltdown.
찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Yeah, if they resist Gluttony, that's going to be a bit of a pain, since this team kind of relies on having easy access to it. Yeah, it looks like these are all in good shape, so that's good. Initial value of the stats effect away with you is 44. It's the famous error 44. 404, yeah. There's also a band called 403 Forbidna. I don't know why they decided to name their band after after a forbidden error, but it works. Both hands are down. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? I suddenly realized unfamiliar voices directly in my head. Is this sound coming through the golden bow? You hear it too, Clockhead? I turn around at Heathcliff. He appears exhausted in the prolonged battle, both in body and spirit. The bow that pierced his chest has long recovered after my clock removed after my clock turned. Catherine? He whispers. Listen closer. What's happening? A frail, desperate voice echoes. The voice shudders terribly. That's not what I wish for. No. Carefully voiced. So all this is. I never want a Heathcliff who exists for Catherine, only Catherine. I don't think she can hear our voices. All I want is for every Heathcliff to be happy. All I wanted was to kill Verson and myself. Please, someone help me. Can you hear me? Shout what we can hear. Let's have Heathcliff himself do it. Yep, this is the warm light of the golden bow begins emanating from somewhere. Heathcliff, is that you? Yes, Kathy, I'm back. Sorrow, joy, obsession. I can feel the storm of emotions raging within him. Yet it's all silent. I cannot hear his voice. The same emotions cannot be felt from him. Bloody hell. Cold slowly takes over the warmth as I go weaker. I can only hear Catherine's voice. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. But he refuses to let disappointment back. Instead, he forges on with determination. The other sinners follow, preparing for battle. All healers get 10. Heathcliff gives 2 haste for the rest of the encounter, and all other sinners are buffed for the remainder of the encounter. May take my torment, dear Catherine. I need to undo this because I can't afford to let him gain that attack power. Dominating. Of course. Dominating. Dominating. Is this unclashable? No. Oh, no, actually. Ugh. I guess I need to clash this at all costs because that's hitting everyone. If you notice, violent pieces become more prominent in the music after Hindley's death, must surely be enjoying his healthy afterlife. Huh. We're gonna have to eat a hit, but I think it's gonna be worth it. Hold on. Attack weight's probably not too bad, but I should save that until he's not dominating, or if he summons allies again. If he summons another army, I'll use it then, because that attack weight's really good for clearing out a crowd. Yeah, this chapter has really taught me the importance of being able to generate resources in a single fight, because when I do mirror dungeons each week, I don't generally have to worry about ego resources in the general sense, as long as I'm not, you know, running something to ask for a sin that nobody in my team has. But these battles, I have to be able to generate it and use it in the same fight, so I can't just generate a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I need to sacrifice... Sorry, Dawn, I need to sacrifice your turn to get rid of that at all costs. Favored. Dominate. Yeah, let's go with dominating, play it safe. Dominating. 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 And let's put Dawn here. She'll get borrowed times with a plus. That is true, yeah. I need to up-tie for her next, I think. After I do the next intervallo, I might take a break before doing Dawn's chapter, if only to get my team a bit more in order. Unless the next event requires having completed it, in which case, well, balls. Man, T-Corp Dawn's been really great ever since I got her.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Dominating. Dominating. I gotta get the AoE ones at all costs. Dominating. Dominating. Favored. Yeah, let's go with favored then. There you go. Flash power up. No taxes from Dawn. I do know some upgrades that interact with her, I think she might have to be up type 4 for some of the last few interactions with borrowed time, but it's always nice for her to have it all the same. Plus it becomes an element at up type 4. Most of them I noticed seems to have their defense skill turn into a sin element at up type 4. Except for a few, like my young middle little brother Sinclair does in fact have it. Ooh, nice. And I think I should go with the resonance here. Let's go. Let's prepare to collect. Yeah, so I like the T-Corp this much. I wonder if maybe I should get T-Corp Rodian to complete the team. She's only a 2-star as well, so she's not quite as powerful as the 3 stars. She will support them rather well. Oh, I see. So this fight's gonna be constantly swapping between the two. Well, I'm excited to work about Limbus Company. I don't know about you. Getting everyone's sanity up is going to be a good idea, I think. Especially since Faust is eating a lot of her sanity to use Command Meltdown. And as hilarious as that would be to watch it corrode, I really shouldn't be risking it here. Borrowed time, but she does help in a Tremor team in the general sense, as well as help some of the other T-Corps in a bit. But yeah, there's a reason she's unfortunately, the fact she's a 2-star does hold her back. My head fills the voice. I never should have summoned that Catherine here. I thought that Heathcliff would never suffer again if every Catherine would no longer exist. But I should have known Heathcliff would have thought the very same. I can feel her sorrow. I never should have fled. Heathcliff was right. If only I could go back. Is there truly no way for this trap this woman set for us? Heathcliff shouts. Catherine, don't obstruct me now. We promised to kill all of them. The cutting voice is tinged with an odd warmth like difference. No, the two Catherines are vying for control. One of her colossal hands twitching. Maybe this is our chance to neutralize a hand. It all depends on this. Yep. Gregor immediately knew what I was going for and leapt to the hand. This can't be good. We caught her off guard and neutralized it. I instinctively knew we were close, so close. Catherine's hands gained 2, and she's gained 10. Yeah. I should have activated this earlier, honestly, if I knew this was going to be a problem. If I knew this was going to be such a long fight. Whoa, that's 2 hands down at once. Oh, it can die as long as the other one's still alive. And look at all that damage. Don't fear the absence. Brilliant, unbrilliant glory. Blow. Yeah, don't attack that one. Dominating. T-Corp Fire time. Oh. Yeah, I thought it was a bit weird. But she wouldn't. Breaking heart. Alright, good. Both hands are down. And the enemy is heavily wounded. Oh shit, that's a lot of shields out of nowhere. Honestly, she kind of looks like something out of Slay the Princess now. Oh, now that's find the timeline that creates this princess. Please, Catherine, appear before my eyes and tear me asunder. Let me see your eyes as I expire.
敵は深手を負っています
The enemy is heavily wounded. Remove that so he doesn't get any clever ideas.
자, 어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
Yeah, W-Core Heathcliff is genuinely great. Hopefully I can get him or full stop Heathcliff at some point. Staggered. Damn it, this is Kathy's coffin. It's so cold and dark. You remained here all the time just for my happiness. You hated the dark so much. Affinities, birth force from the coffin. Haha! If only I waited to hear your words at the end. If only you didn't run away. If only I appreciated the walk first. What a witless mess I am. But, so you've broken free from the coffin, Heathcliff? Pointless. It's all pointless. You should have remained in there, suffocating the worst regret of your life. Show your trap. I won't run anymore. I know it's too late, but I'll take this chance before it passes forever. Even if this won't lead to me happiness. Even if it won't end with your happiness. Because I know, in this now, no one will be happy. I see, you're right. To wish for your happiness without even talking to you first out of fear. I never should have done that. I was wrong. I think I heard Kathy's voice. Courage to approach.
味方が優勢です今こそ勝機をつかむ時です
Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. I hope this isn't a if Heathcliff dies, the game is over, because that might happen in a moment. I really don't want to have to do this whole fight all over again. Oh, he's not going to lose this clash. Withstand. You're going to withstand so much, buddy. Oh, wow. Go, Dawn. I know you can do it. See, I knew you could do it, Dawn. Gotta press the advantage. Healing time. Let's do it this way. Yeah. I want to use up Lust because I don't want to use up too much Gluttony energy. I need to save that after all. It is the passive one, I think. Makes sense. Yeah. I know in an earlier part of the chapter, he had a can't die as long as other people are alive, just like Ishmael had in the last chapter, but I didn't check to see if he still had it here. I will give it to Hobo Heathcliff here, though. He actually took me more tries than Ricardo did. Ricardo just took a handful. This guy had to take a break. The sinner suffered fatal damage. We need immediate measures. Crap. Do it this way. We need to make sure we win this at all costs. Yeah, this is pretty easy. 200 damage. My sinners can easily clear that. The only one that might lose is Ryoshu. Heathcliff's gonna win this one now. How fitting that Heathcliff is the one who deals the finishing blow. Let's go. Body bag time. No reproach shall wait us. Faust, if things don't get any better, what'll happen then?
히스클리프 씨를
Earl Heathcliff,
소환시키는
once he kills Heathcliff from this world for
마왕
good, will bleed
히스클리프.
into other worlds to slay other versions.
해설인의 소환이
If Catherine's summoning
성공하면
succeeds, she'll become another Catherine who leads between every world, creating
모든
Catherines
세계를
like herself. To what end?
그 끝엔
One end was nothing but silence and lamentation of both.
Heathcliff.
Wouldn't you agree? Huh? There's a sound coming from my device. Hey, yeah, it's my notes. Catherine, Dante. I see you write a diary of your own. I wouldn't call it a diary, not like I record what happens every day here. That counts as a diary still. It's a record of your life. I suppose it is. Catherine. Just before the break of dawn, the quietest hours of the day, I would write in my diary, especially on days I suffered from fevers. I could not bear to keep going without vomiting every fault of mine on a piece of paper. I was always honest in my diary, but it seems that I could never be honest anywhere else. While I hid my true feelings from the ones I loved, while refusing to communicate, I become angry with those who can understand me. Heathcliff shall never know. He will never know how much I... Heathcliff, no, I have to know. Heathcliff, how did you... I needed a lot of courage to get here. Catherine, it's so easy for you to topple me, for you to ground me up like I'm nothing. I'm happy whenever you came to visit me. A single glance in my direction would brighten my day. You're almost like a calamity. And I've always loved that very calamity swept over me like a tempest, Catherine. Thank you for having the courage. Finally, our hearts are no longer broken apart. Dante, may I borrow your diary a moment? The golden bow has far more impressive powers than any of us could have imagined. What powers? It's bringing your own wishes to reality, has it not? So, the key to Heathcliff's happiness is in your diary. So I look down the stream, green the devices I carried. It's something I used. It was nothing but a tool for recording things. Don't touch to start. Golden bow synchronized. Clear. Oh, I see where it says there. Change account or clear all Kathy. Oh, so that's what the clear all mayors, those memes were referring to. That's significantly more depressing than I thought. It won't even let me select change account. Yeah, they know. It's like that one Phoenix Wright mission where you know who you're going to do something you're going to 100% regret, but the game won't even let you die to get a technical, well, at least it didn't end that way.
먼저 말해줘서 고마워.
Thank you so much for being the first one to talk, Heathcliff.
나도
I don't
모든
love
세계의
every Heathcliff in
히스클리프가
every
아닌
world.
지금의 너를
I love you as you are now. In every world of possibilities it may or may not have been, every Catherine and Heathcliff of all worlds call to each other, feeling echoes of partners. They struggle for one last unseen embrace. Where are you? I wish to have your embrace again. I have felt your presence. I've known for certain you've been haunting me. You lie, not believing the cold earth. You're beside me, are you not? Heathcliff, why do you refuse to embrace me? I've not broken your heart, you've broken it. I'm breaking it, you've broken mine. Don't come to me, whisk me away and embrace me in your heart. The gust here is too cold, my body's turned to ice. Only by your warmth shall the frost thaw. Millions of worlds made real by Heathcliff and Catherine speeding before us, every possibility, most end in tragedy. But among infinity, I catch a glimpse of tranquility. Outside the manor, there are two gravestones marking their final resting places. In the distant forlorn moorlands of Wuthering Heights are two youths who each resemble Heathcliff and Catherine. Their gaze deeply into their eyes, their mouths drawn the happiest smiles, their hearts connected despite everything. I let my own conviction blind myself to other possibilities. His last words are hollow and bittersweet, and then echoes into nothingness. Catherine begins to disappear from every world, as though she was never there. And when every Catherine eventually disappeared, millions of changing possibilities appeared before us. Earnshaw brings Heathcliff back to the back streets. Hindley's scorn and hatred remain the same, but without Catherine, Heathcliff had no reason to endure the suffering, so he quickly moves on. Each one lives a different life, all kinds of different people, and all lives on without Catherine. By the way, was that title screen what it looked like back when this chapter first came out? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. The game's usually pretty good at preserving that sort of thing. Our Heathcliff watches the world transformed, every Heathcliff living a life of his own, her existence fading away. I have understood if Heathcliff were to curse me for weeping cruel words. I could have understood if he was to grab and shake me by the collar. To erase someone's existence, that's an undeniably terrible thing. But Heathcliff was watching in silence, as if he wished to carve each and every single one of them in his memory, and finally, there isn't anything left. Nelly, where are you taking the golden bow? Nelly stood atop the railings and gazed down at us. The word on his bat is revenge, normally. Most sinners have fallen or unconscious. In her hand, she held the golden bow that appeared to be prized from the rooftop. But Heathcliff, you're a good, kind-hearted boy, aren't you? I'm sure you understand. I suppose I'll bring this to the one who first showed me the mirror shard. No, you cannot give it to Herman. She's the closest thing we have to a villain in this story. Yeah, it says revenge still. You know it's futile. You and your friends have fought battle after battle, pushed yourselves to the brink of exhaustion. How can you stop a Chief Butler who's waited for precisely this moment? It's indeed remained the same for the scene, however the loading screen in the actual game changed upon opening the app. Was different, as it would appear a spoiler had you not reached thus far so far. Interesting. They can turn the clock, but I will no longer be here once the hands turn once more. Sure, I can't stop you now, but I'll get it all back. The golden bow, my Catherine. Catherine? What are you talking about? I can't say I understand a word you're talking about, Heathcliff. I know. That name no longer means anything to you or anyone else. Nothing but an ink stain remains where she once stood. But she's never been clearer to me, so clear that it can never be erased. If you're that desperate, I hope your wish can come true one day. It said the golden bow can make any wish in any heart come true. Yeah, it seemed, from what I can tell, they seem to grant a Dragon Ball wish, more or less, which explains why our company wants them, but it's kind of surprising that others don't, although I suppose there's other relics with similar powers, or... Ah, it's been confirmed to be the 6th of November. Ooh, that should be neat. I'll look at what's being on offer there and use that to decide if I want to pull for the W Corp Heathcliff or the, well, Purgashnot banner. Because, yeah, I'm gonna say, this, W Corp Heathcliff has been genuinely a lot of fun to use. All that remained was the burnt golden bow inside the coffin. The golden bow is burnt white. It seems someone has made up with the other. Nelly took the other one. That one's intact. She must have taken it to Herman. So that's Gregor's mom. This isn't a failure, we'll get it back. Even if our hearts may be broken apart, if I get my all, we'll be connected again. As they did, even in a world where Catherine and I were both dead. Is Catherine the name of the person in this coffin? I'm sorry, everything's so foggy. The coffin and the person who lies within will be taken back to the headquarters by the after team. I wanted to ask if he was okay, but I already know the answer. So many things have gone wrong. No, I'm still not okay. His one and only goal was gone, but he no longer was trapped in a living dream. Perhaps that's precisely why he could open the door to see a new, wider world. Not a single color remained in the silent Wuthering Heights once the tempest had passed. A monochromatic save for patches of color. Those flowers, those are called the loneliest flowers that take root and bloom in the wild moorlands, but also flowers that survive no matter what devastating tempest comes their way. They all endure and wait. Wait for what? I don't know, the time I suppose. When Heathcliff finally told us the name of that's when Heathcliff finally told us the name of those flowers. Days of chasing down shadows. All that remains are vain memories. As if a fire swept right over me. A ring, and all that's in my hands is ash dust. I run all without rest. Those times gone by, they got me choked up. Will I end up missing them too? A long, long ways from right now. When I look back on those memories, I shall hope that I can smile. that's not escaping my notice just how many of the villains are escaping with their lives and how many loose ends are being left to address later. When whatever time I have left to me now, I need to take my steps forward, burning myself up until I'm no more. I might look just like the Canto. I do like how each one has their chapter character singing. Without a moment to breathe, I was thrown out to turbulent days. I hope that I can take my path a long, long ways from right now. When I look back on those memories, I sure wish that I could smile. Let me fly so far away, so I could reach the stars like a bird upon the night sky. This night will visit me again, I'm sure, but it's alright since I can live on. It's alright. It's alright. Sung by Heathcliff.
쫓아가! 아니 저기로 사라졌잖아. 어딜 보는 거야?
진작에 Maybe she told me that first. Another day, another distortion hunting in the streets of T-Corp as per LCD's orders. Looks like it didn't take long for Heathcliff to be back to his energetic self
야,
again.
뒤질래?
Oh,
이쪽으로
I told you something this way,
넘기라니까!
I'll smash your head once it's over. Maybe he's gotten too passionate. Long time no. Wait, why you still have a color? Because the light is yet to reach me. Because the star is an unfathomable distance away. Do you like flowers too, Dante? I think I've come to like them. Imagine that there is some single rose you've taken care of for a very long time. Your room was always brimming from the street aroma, that flower. But one day you'll leave the rose behind to go on a long, long journey. In your journey you come across a large garden, and there you see thousands of the very same rose you once cared for. The sight brings you to your tears, and you drop to your knees. Why do you suppose that is? Damien, he's appeared before me. He would always leave me with these cryptic riddles. But the question is he being paid to give cryptic riddles like Faust is? I'm starting to understand what they're supposed to represent, at least, because I've finally come to understand that the one I truly love was the rose I left behind. Correct. Even though there's thousands of roses in this world, there is but one that is mine. You've watered it diligently, cared for it, even as its thorns pricked your fingers, so that your care makes its aroma bloom. I suppose that's how it is for Heathcliff and Catherine as well, knowing there's infinite of them in countless worlds. They wished not for the happiness of the infinites, but of themselves, but for each other, because them, each other, was the one that truly mattered. It would be foolish to take most people a long time to understand that, because most people are foolish. Do you understand? Once I learned to properly love my own flower, I no longer need to protect the thousands of other roses in this world. People of this star care for the thousands of rose blossoms in their own gardens, but still fail to understand what they really desire. But what of the other flowers that have already bloomed? What happens to them? Damien smiled. You'll find the answer to that question yourself when you can draw me a sheep. Well, they are adorable. I can hear the faint cry of a distant lamb. I should really play Cult of the Lamb again. It's had a lot of updates since I last played, but I just haven't felt very motivated.
정리 끝.
Cleanup's done.
파편이 꽤 멀리까지 튀어서 정리하기 힘들겠지만.
Oh good, we finally can get our max level. For a moment I thought it was gonna cock block me like Canto 4 did and not give me a level cap increase. Yeah, I know. That doesn't really matter as much. Yeah, we've got a lot of things left to do. And yeah, unfortunately, I still need to do the intervalo to do this stage. I think I can get back to it on Thursday. I don't want to. I could continue now, but I'm honestly really exhausted. And as we've seen, I was just resorting to more and more auto win rate. So I should definitely call it for tonight. We'll be seeing what we can do next time. On Thursday, I can tell you for sure I'll be with my buddies again. On Tuesday, I don't know yet. You'll find out when I do, I guess. Alright. But yeah, if you want more Limbus company, expect some more on Thursday, because again, I would like to get this done sooner rather than later, if only to get, so I can actually start farming the event, because I really would like, oh! Right, he's 500, not 1,000, so you know what? Let's do just that.
이야, 시간 한번
Today is the
더럽게 잘
slowest shot, isn't it? Nice. I'll farm this event for some other stuff, especially some of the things like the threads and XP tickets are going to be very valuable to me right now, just because I'm still getting my team in order. That's gonna be fun. Ooh, what's the words I unlock this time around? Something about having it helps the dull of your combat. Something about having a prosthetic body. I'll just do it this way, because again, I'm sorry, I'm too tired to continue. Ah, well. But that's going to be all for tonight. That was quite a wild ride. I'm not sure if Heathcliff is jumping to my favorites like Ishmael ended up doing, but we'll have to see here. But it is nice that I have a new one that I can play around with. Let's see what he's got again. Well, he's got some rat, that's good. Some more charges, eh? This will actually be very good if I want to keep Ryoshu around, even with the others, so I'll definitely have to consider that. But I'll worry about that later. Well, until next time, thank you all for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.